What up, chat? How we doing? Evening AF. What up, Stein? Vocal. What up, Trade Wop? Yeah, they really couldn't wait 10 minutes to do this on the market. Let me just go right to the scene. Scared me with waiting for 5 minutes. Yeah, I like to just start yapping on this scene because people don't expect it. They join in and be like, dude, why can't you see him? I got it programmed so I could talk to y'all while we're still in this. Anyways, how we doing? What up, Bish? What up, Ramoy? We're freaking pumping. We are. I don't know what happened. I don't know what's going on. I saw we paused the Project Freedom on request of Pakistan. Don't know what Project Freedom is, but apparently it's paused. Yeah, I saw him tweet about the negotiation. I saw him tweet about some other stuff. What up, Steph? How you doing? Looking for news on that candle, but didn't find anything. Go. I follow First Squawk, SQUAWK on Twitter, well X, whatever. The only thing is, I turn on notifications. I probably get 500 notifications from them a day, so I got to turn that off like periodically throughout the day. What up, Blambo? Just tell me which direction to chase. Cowboy, I'm just going to say it. You're not catching me shorting at all right here. If we pull back, I'll miss it. This ain't something I'm shorting. You look at this. Nah. People are going to blindly short this. 100%. Could it work? Yes. I'm not interested in blindly shorting a 20-point 2-minute rally on ES. Matter of fact, that's a 15-point rally on RTY. Yeah, AF, they give every single piece of information they can. So just be very cautious with it because you get so many notifications. I mean, it's hard to not want to just long this market. I'm not going to chase up here. I mean, there's a chance we take something early. I'm watching. Because I don't think we've made an extreme move yet. I don't think this is extreme at all. Is it a strong move? Yes. But 20 points on ES isn't anything like, holy shit, what just happened? You know? Like I said, is it a larger candle move? Yes, but it's nothing crazy. I think this can easily continue. What up, Nathan? That Trump notice, I don't think shorts will print at all. No. Well, I mean, if we get back near the open, I can see an outcome for it. But with this, what did that just do? Most people aren't going to realize this aspect. That just ripped it into the hourly close. We just closed at new all-time highs on ES, NQ, and RTY on that hourly close. I'm not going to blindly short all-time highs. If we pull back, set up some price action where it looks weaker, yeah, I could be interested. For now, though, little patience. Little patience. Oil's at the exact same spot as last night. That's lovely. Gold, I saw, got slaughtered today a little bit, at least towards the end of the day. And I guess the overnight was pretty decent. One thing we talked about yesterday, and I'm going to let the market settle down. For those of you just hopping in, we're letting it settle down. What up, Jesse? What up, Cole? Most people say B Lambo. Oh, well, I mean, there's a lot of names that I will mess up on here reading. 1,000%. I'm glad I got that one right. I just feel like that name would be fun to scream. Like you're just in a situation, you just scream Blambo. What up, Johnny? What up, Gamma? Gamma, how do you get in the stream within 4 minutes? You're already trying to enter the fucking giveaway. I didn't even say there's a giveaway yet. There is, but how are you already trying to enter this thing? Speaking of which, we are Jake's going rogue. And I'll say it. Jake's going full rogue. We're giving away 2 more TPT accounts on this stream as well at some point. Anyone who does enter, I'm just cuz I'll just time you out for like 2 hours so you don't even get a chance to enter later. I'm not actually going to do it, but can you imagine? Everyone just did it as a troll. I'm just like, "Yep, you're gone for 2 hours." What up, Juma? What do you want to be called? Because there's Ya, Juma, Hida. One of those 3. I made it for my Call of Duty name many years ago. Black Rambo. That's awesome. What up, Eric? The problem is here, I would love to see a pullback, but like a pullback to where at this point? This could be the pullback. We could see a little bit more of a pullback. The thing is, unless we're going to just continuously squeeze, ES is in a little bit of a shit show because the hourly could use it doesn't need a consolidation candle, but if we got one, it would be like it makes sense, you know. And I'm tired of sitting through consolidation this week. This happens right before stream starts, so we don't even get that much momentum off of it. Stream opens here. We're kind of just chopping sideways. We'll see if we can get something quick. I'm in for it if we get it. Yeah, MES news. Was it the news spike? It's more of the Jew. That's what you. Oh, is that how you say your name? Jew. But no, it was definitely a news spike coming out. Oil's obviously dumping. I don't know what Project Freedom is. I didn't look it up. I probably should so I know what they're talking about, but apparently it's paused. Okay, perfect. Yeah, Jew. Perfect. Jake did a dope trade on RTY on New York session. Yeah, I took RTY on options. I was gonna make sure I'm on the right account because I got those 2 Tradeify evals to funded today. So I gotta decide if I want to try to pass my other evals or if I want to trade the fundeds. What's this 5-minute doing? A little doji outside bar-ish. All right, so I'm not gonna look for a trade right this second, but what I'm gonna do, because someone mentioned RTY. And if you go back, I think it's like the hour 20 mark on yesterday's stream. I screenshotted the time somewhere. RTY was down around 107s or 07. So like down here. We looked at the hourly chart. Wasn't it? Yeah, the hourly. We said if it breaks over this resistance area, RTY has a lot of room to the upside and it can really squeeze. So I hope some of you caught this move outside of even Jake's trade. Because we called this almost perfectly. If we got over that like 07 to 10 area, that this could easily squeeze to 30s and farther. What up, Kev? So it was a nice call out from yesterday, especially seeing that continuation. What up, Poison? Bro, Phil lagged and took 10 points on that. When you see that, yeah. What brokerage and chart do you prefer? I think I already said what up, Dev. I prefer brokerage wise, Tradeivate. Charting, trading view all day. That is how I split everything up. That is exactly what I want. Something I'm actually interested in kind of longing. It's not conventional to what I normally trade. I mean, it kind of is. I'll trade it occasionally. Is the YM. And there's actually like a technical reason for it, but there's also a slight fundamental reason for it. Yeah, let me mark these highs real quick. Because I didn't mark them because I did my charting before market was fully closed. All right, we're good. So why am I more so interested in the YM? First off, it's been lagging drastically, right? You look at the daily chart, everyone's gonna be like, oh my God, why you want to long this? It's weak, right? It's relatively weaker. However, we are in the middle of the range now. If we get over the middle of this daily range, which the top is here, lows are here, pretty obvious, mid's right around this consolidation. If we get over, we can go right to the top. That's 600 point target. And that's just a hold overnight, don't look back kind of thing. So for me, I'm interested in that, especially with the straight more so they're talking about it opening. They're talking about letting more ships through. Why is the YM getting smoked from my perspective? I would assume it's because a lot of these stuff going through there is getting halted. And a lot of that is going to be industrial, bringing down the industrial names. So it's something I'm going to keep an eye on. If the YM sets up, I will be taking it. Trade Rob's given live updates. Oil dropped. Yeah, that's expected. That's fully expected. If the straight opens, oil is going to tank. I saw AMD ripped. I was wrong. I said earnings are ass because usually the EM's extreme. Was the EM extreme on it? Yes. However, it crushed the EM. EM was 30. That puts it at like 85. It's at 405. If you took AMD, you should be sitting pretty. What are we looking at? Like 5, 15. 15 closes in 6 minutes. What's gold doing? Gold's ripping. I'm not taking an entry here. It's already up 30 points off the lows. I'm interested in the Dow. With this move, it's holding up relatively well. And I think if the move continues, this can squeeze. I'm going to take an entry here in the Dow. So I'm going to go long the YM. I'm going to throw a stop around 70. Mainly just with the intraday relative strength on it. I like it. I'm willing to take it. I'll catch up on chat in a second. But I got in at 20. Throwing a stop at 70. Running a 50-point stop. To be honest, that's kind of tight on the Dow. Let's go to the 15. Let's see where exactly I want to put a target. Because if we break over this resistance, we're right at that 525 area we talked about in the past. We traded off this before. Pretty straightforward, pretty easy. In all honesty, what do I want? This is insane. I want that. That is the trade I want overnight. Is that absolutely nuts to even think about or look at? Yes. But I think it makes sense. Sorry, making sure I'm in. So we're all good. Where would I want to trim, if at all, though? Maybe like front running 700s. Yeah. So I'm going to do that. Putting a question mark because when we get there, I'll see. I don't hate the idea of trimming there. I think there's a lot of potential with it. If we fail 525, it'll likely pull back. I'm willing to take that risk any day. Stop is just below these highs, which is today's highs. If we get back below, that's where it can get a little more bearish. Can I see it pull back farther than that? Yeah. Currently, I have a hard stop here. If I need to re-enter, this is a trade I'd be willing to take another stab at. 100%. Yeah, Jonah, that's exactly what I'm looking at. It answers my question. Yep. Good evening, Victoria. I'm gonna try to catch up on chat a little bit. When is this pump gonna stop? Hard to trade without any data. Is the new strategy click buy it open? No. I mean, the new strategy is fuck the news. You know what I mean? We're still hitting new all-time highs every single day. People who are overly focused on the news, if I focused heavily on the news and like stuff that I can see possibly brewing in the future, I'd be overly bearish. Have I taken some shorts? Yeah, 1000%. I've been stopped out most times. I have caught some good shorts, but most of the time, I'm not looking to short this. Especially when I think my thesis of when the market could start to pull back is when the YM gets near all-time highs. I think the YM can still hit all-time highs. Is that a little delusional? Maybe, because we're not even close yet. The YM, why I love trading it right now is when it wants to play a game of catch up, it still has 1,400 points. 1,400 before we even get to all-time highs. I think that's possible. Do I think it's possible tomorrow? No. But can it happen? Yeah. Last time I said it's not possible, YM ripped 1,200 points. It's allowing ships to go through the straight. Yeah, that's huge for the Dow Jones. From what I know, industrial has been getting smoked because a lot of the products have been halted within the straight. So if they truly start to open it, that's why another reason I think the YM can play a game of catch up. What up, Kev? Pretty sure I already said that, but no, I'm not anticipating the pump to stop anytime soon. When it does stop, I'll be open to shorting. Until then, it's just long until long square working. What up, Joe? I remember when AMD was 90. Yeah, I used to own AMD at 90. Now I feel like an idiot. Any Emily's in the chat? Emily might be here. She could be here. I think she's still shadow banned. I don't think Jake ever unbanned her. New to Futures, looking forward to it. Hell yeah, Craddock. It's a lovely game. It can cook you because there's no day trade quotas, right? You can trade as many times as you want as long as you have capital. But as long as you're smart about it, you're all right. One thing that I already know is going to happen, because I have Tradeify growth accounts funded, and I do have them in this trade. If this trade works, I'm kind of fucked. Because my consistency is going to be destroyed overall. But, it's worth it sometimes. I don't hate building the buffer, but like if this does happen to my dream world target up here, even if you have a runner, 500 points, bro, I'm cooked. It's going to take me a month to get a payout. The whole goal with that account at that point is just continue to build it and keep it alive until you get to the live aspect. But no, my total risk on this trade is low. I think it's like 250 or 300. Emily's quotes are famous. They are. Qualcomm 200. I'll take a quick look, but I'm a little more focused on futures at the moment. Qualcomm looks easy for 200. I mean, this is a strong ass daily chart. Strong ass daily chart. The one thing that shocks me, and I don't know if it's still red or not with this news. All right, NVIDIA is finally slightly green, ever so slightly. NVIDIA is struggling right now compared to semiconductors. You look at AMD, obviously AMD's nuclear. AMD's crushing it. This, in reality, is AMD a great buy here? Like, even if this goes up to a quarter of what NVIDIA's market cap is, that's another 100% move on AMD to put it up to $1 trillion company. I don't think that's insane. Do I know the fundamentals about it? No. But just looking at the numbers, could make sense. Qualcomm as well, relatively strong. Then we look at Little Miss MU, just been on a nuclear run. And NVIDIA just lagging drastically. So NVIDIA, after the huge rallies, is finally getting a little bit of flack. We'll see if it can keep up. But for now, she's weak. OMG, I just woke up. It keeps going up. Every time we open a chart, it's basically the market going higher. Al Brooks have said to not use the news to trade. Yeah, unless you're trading fundamentals for the long term, I don't care about the news. I don't care how CPI comes out. I don't care how FOMC comes out. I care how we react to it. Satori, a lot of stuff going on with the straight. Talking about opening it, letting ships go through, all the fun stuff. Which, if they fully open that, think about it. We've made this rally with the straight still closed. If they open the straight, open the floodgates. Like, open the floodgates. ES is going to 7,500. NQ is going to 30,000. It wouldn't shock me in the slightest to see that. Trade is working out so far. I wouldn't get too. I mean, we're up 20 points on the YM. That's not crazy at all. But no, it's going. I like it. What up, Alex? Is it Alex or Alexa? Alex bet. Sold half my AMD position at a loss. That's painful. At least I bought it at like 80 and sold it at like 100. So I made something from it. That's brutal. Do you see gold going to the upside? The chart would say so. Yeah, it's going up. This is a really strong 4 hour. We spiked the lows, ripped it back above the open. The early mornings or the early session spike was really nice. Thing is, we're still holding this broader area. I'm moving this. We're still holding this really broad area, like 520 to 540s. And it's a big daily pivot. You go back, it's a daily pivot back here as well. I think this can be the low on gold. It's just, is it going to hold right now? It would not be crazy for me to see gold at 4,900. It really wouldn't. At the same time, gold has been relatively weak lately. So I'm not looking like long-term buys on gold yet for me personally. Once the momentum really starts, I'm interested in some options on it for sure. Yeah, gold has definitely been bearish. For me, it would be not necessarily not ignoring the daily candles, but also ignoring the daily candles. You know, we did sweep the prior low. Could look at it as kind of like a daily double bottom, I guess. But I'm just focusing on this support here. If we hold this support, I think we can rally off of it. Solid long-term risk to reward if you want to throw a stop at like 520s, target like 4,900 plus. That's where it'd be worth it. I think intradays where gold gets really tricky. It's been very, very volatile, very wicky lately. We've seen it. I traded gold intraday today. I was up a decent amount. I was trying to pass eval, so I was being a little more aggressive. I was trying to pass him, pulled all the way back to break even, stopped me out, and I was like, fuck it. Long the YM, passed him. But no, I think it can hold this daily support. I think gold can see the rally back up towards the highs, back up towards 4,900 pretty easily. Even the monthly, this is also partly why. We spiked last month's lows. If we hold that, get a strong monthly close, this chart looks like it wants all-time highs. Yes, it has been very bearish. Gold has been the relatively weak name out of everything lately. So it's just more so if it can continue or not. Why did I put my stop there? 477 is yesterday's highs. I don't want to see us lose those if this position is going to hold and rip. Can we get a bigger pullback, retest somewhere in here, and then rally? Of course. If that happens, that'll probably stop me out. And I would honestly just be looking for another entry. This is one of those charts where I'm willing to take a few entries. And if I'm just blatantly wrong, I'm blatantly wrong. And I take a few stops. But I put it there because it's this pivot, which is today's highs. And as long as we hold above that, what do we have? A daily break. If we're above there, we should get the continuation. And then anything back below that would be us not accepting above today's highs and possibly lean a little more bearish. You're just going to hold that YM trade overnight. If it keeps me in, yes. 100%. My goal with future trading, especially during the overnight session, is to find a trade if it's there that I can enter, hold, and not give a single damn about throughout the entire night. I will leave a stop on this chart. Now, before I go to bed, I'd probably trim. Ideally, we're up at that 49.7s area. We can take some off and then just let runners go. But like I said, if I follow this plan, which I fully intend to, I will cook myself on consistency. I like keeping trades overnight. Most of my trades, I want to look at a broader perspective. That's why sometimes I feel like my stops are too tight because I'm trying to look for a larger move overall within the market, and it just happens to stop me out or not work. Stops are at 470. I kind of want to make them lower, to be honest. Like I kind of want to throw it at like 50, but I'm gonna leave it there for now. If it stops me out, I'll just look for a new entry. Because I think we can come back, retest this if it wants to in like an hour or two, and I'd be like, all right, it makes sense. Trend on the YM is just us getting over the mid of this range. The way I look at ranges on the higher time frames is we have a high, low, mid. We have a really, really big consolidation here. We focused on 49,520 last week, and we're right back in this area again. If we can finally get back above it, I think we can do this again, easily right back up to the highs. Does it have to happen here? No. If we start to pull back, we'll get stopped. But for me, the risk to reward on this trade's 100% worth it. We'll see how all the other indices react. So far, YM has been relatively strong on the session. So as long as it holds that strength, I'm content with it. Got a new Lucid Flex. Hit a big trade. Now consistency is 100%. Lucid Flex doesn't have consistency. Are you talking about the pro account or the pro account? Oh, eval. Oh, yeah. Oh, and with that, I usually just lose money down to 1,500, especially when you add 1,200 to it. For me, I would just lose down to 1,500. You're obviously already closed that day, so there's not much you can do about it. Micro flips help. That's what I'll do. You just got to watch. Some firms like Tradeify have the micro or the flip rule, basically, where it's something about your profits have to be like 10 or 50% of your profits have to be from what trades over 10 seconds. Which, if you're losing, I really doubt that's going to impact it much. Yeah, Alex. If so, in that perspective, you made $2,100 because there's a 50% consistency. If you lose money on the day you make it, if you made it today and it already closed and logged the day, you're fucked. You're fucked. It is what it is. If you catch it before that day's closed, what I do is I will just get 20 micros, open them, close them, open them, close them. Between the slippage and the fees, you lose money rather quickly. And you can do it on NQ. You'll get more slippage. You'll get more fees. It makes it easier. You can lose a couple hundred at a time. I was looking at these 4 charts to help you make a decision. I look at all 4 of these because they're the 4 indices. I just look for relative strength and relative weakness across the time frames. So it's just divergences. If you trade ICT, it's like the SMT, whatever, but it's just a divergence overall. So I'll look at every time frame, look at the relative strength, relative weakness throughout them. Reason why I said relatively strong intra-session. The highs from the news, ES is yet to break those. NQ is yet to break those. RTY broke the initial one, and then it kind of lagged a little bit. The entire time, YM made new highs over and over. Now, if this does pull back and does fail, gets back below yesterday's highs, like I said, I'll take a stop, is what it is. But for me, if this structure does hold, I think this is the name that I want to trade right now, and that's why I'm in it. Because it has that relative strength factor. How's oil look on the daily chart? If oil loses 100, I want to see it at 96.50. 96.50 to like 97. That's going to be my next big daily target. Big if it's going to lose it. But if the weakness continues, I think we can go there honestly overnight, especially if the indices continue to show strength. Look at INTC. God damn. I was going to say INTC was sub 20. I know some of y'all are probably holding this long term. Yeah, it was a hell of a buy back in last year. Almost any point last year, that was a hell of a buy. Gold. Mem meter, what do you mean gold? Question mark. Trade, that is like the overall thesis, if we can get up there, would be that high. Because last week, did we close the greatest candle? No, it's a full outside bar with wicks both direction. We did get a failure to go lower-ish. As long as we continue to hold that. Now, there's a chance we stay within this range, build out this range more. However, look at this chart. If it breaks 50,000, we go to all-time highs immediately. If YM can hold relative strength in any perspective, I want to be long this, especially on options. Do you ever trade micros? I'm in micros right now. So yeah, I mainly trade micros. Even if I want to trade minis, most of the time I'll just trade 20 micros because I like to be able to trim. Like if I trim this, I can take off 5 to 7 contracts. Yeah, Bihar, it's 100% exactly. There's always divergences within them that you can pay attention to. You can look at broader divergences or even little subtle divergences. Like on ES, it almost took out those highs while NQ technically made a lower high on the 2 minute. So that right there is a little bit of divergence between the other 3 indices. That means NQ between this little section of candles is relatively weaker, while the other 3 are slightly stronger, especially YM. YM's the only one not near this low, so I'm okay with that. Right? That low's down here. It's not really a low because it just continued to trend. But if we do start to reverse it more aggressively, we can easily see a pullback. Yeah, trade WAP. I think I'm focusing on the 50,000 area. I mean, like I said, there's a chance I trimmed before, but this trade is around. If it gets to Dream World target like 10 to 1, people are going to think I'm an absolute lunatic for that, but it's the setup I see. Vibe, agreed. I think it's true with any type of market in reality. It's the same thing with the lower time frames. Like the 1 minute chart during New York session, I would never recommend anyone look at that until you have experience in trading and fully understand charts. Because all it's going to do is cloud your brain, give you like an overstimulus, and you don't trade well. At least I didn't in the beginning. I can tell you that wholeheartedly. I've been watching way too much Project 365. It's like I never left. Hell yeah. Theo, I'm already in YM. We're actually right at my entry. If we set a higher low here, I'd be fine with entries. What's my entry on YM? 520. So exactly where the price is. But no, the one thing to note about micros, and Jake's trade was a good example this morning, where the RTY didn't really see any big volatility in the morning, but the micro version wicked down. You got to remember they're not the exact same contract. You will get more wicks because micros aren't as volatile, for instance. Like, right, like they're derived off of the minis. The minis are always going to be the main thing we're trading. What up, AXP? AXP, we eaten YM up to 50,000. Tell me good things. Theo, my YM target price is delusional. It's 50,000. Will I trim along the way? Probably. Vish, a lot of people did. And that's micros, especially with the YM. Or not the YM, the RTY. And most people, I get that trade because that wick was bigger. But a majority of people trade NQ anyway. You should be used to that on NQ. Because the micro's been trading different than the mini lately, like the past 2 weeks. Maybe we go 550. I'm in. I'll go 550. You're in NQ targeting 30K. You swinging? Would you DCA if it comes down more? No. Patrick, I personally don't DCA into futures. I'm sized exactly where I want to be sized in the YM. What I would do in that situation, if it pulled back and the chart looked good, I would just go on another futures account that I have and enter there. I wouldn't enter more with this. I don't believe, especially with most traders, there's a time when you can average down, but most of the time the market isn't giving you discounts. Unless you just absolutely chase something. Like if you chase the NQ and bought up here, first off, GG's. Second off, if you see a structure that looks great and your first entry was just terrible, I have no problem getting in like down here, you know, if it wants to hold. Yeah, trade off 5 micros is a great position for this because you're risking what, $100, 120, something like that. Cole, that can work on options in a sense. And I've tried it before. The no stop loss strategy, I think it's fucking delusional. Why? Because your overall, unless you just have a super high win rate percentage and you're willing to trim quick, you need to be targeting 200-300% returns for the risk to reward to make sense. And also, I hate watching options go to zero. I hate, because even if I can get out, let's say I'm in 20 contracts and they're worth 5 cents a piece, that's still $100 I can pull out. Yeah, AXP. I think there's definitely a relief coming. I just don't think it's yet. What I talked about it earlier before you hopped on. I would love to see the YM hit all-time highs. And then we kind of go from there and be like, all right, what are we doing from there? You know? Does it have to happen? No. But that's what I like, dream world, what I'd love to see. There's a gap on NQ. There is. NQ gapped up ever so slightly. Do I care about that gap? Not a fucking little bit. This gap doesn't impact me in the slightest. Oh, I know, Omar. I know you're not holding for 30K. Imagine shorting the gap fill. It could work. Someone could short it. Could get a gap fill. If we get a gap fill, I'll lose what, like 220, 250 bucks, something like that, whatever it was. Gold's holding up really well. I know some of you guys are probably watching this like 15-minute little fail to go lower. Seeing if this 5-minute fail to go lower can trigger. It could be a really nice chart. Really nice potential. Victoria, I'd say greed. Just right now, risk to reward, if a short plays out, it would be like a climactic type of short. But people are way too bearish in this kind of market. Once again, all-time highs. What did we hit today? All-time highs. This session, all-time highs. We're just hitting all-time highs after all-time highs. You're maybe little intra-session, you'll catch me shorting occasionally, but I do not have bigger expectations for shorts in this market at all. If we get that weaker structure where it's the 4 hour relatively weak, I could look to short. For now, though, just absolutely zero interest. Because also, what are we doing on ES and NQ that most people aren't really noticing? We're continuing this monthly chart. This isn't something I'm shorting. That's why I say this can go to 7,500. This can go to 30,000. And I wouldn't be like, holy crap, I never expected that at all. RTY can go to 3,000. None of those, I think, are delusional type of targets. Yeah, XP, I can see that. Like I said earlier, if I get stopped out on this, it's a trade where I'll be continuously watching this chart overnight, looking for that re-entry, because I'm willing to take a few stabs on this easily. Yeah, so there is a bit of a divergence between micros and minis, depending on each contract. Turn off the electronic trading hours, and there are a ton of gaps. Well, yeah, because you're taking out 11 hour or no, 23, 15 hours of price action. Of course there's going to be fucking gaps, my guy. The only like gaps on the RTH for the indices mean absolutely nothing to me. Not even a little bit. And you can go to SPY for that. You go to something like SPY, look at the daily chart. There's gaps everywhere. Not a single one of these gaps mean a fucking thing. Because there's not going to be huge gaps on ES. If there is gaps on ES, oh well. Sometimes we fill them, sometimes we don't. I don't really hunt gaps at all. It's just something I note on the chart. Can the gap fill? Yeah, it can. Does it have to? No. Well, prop firm allows swing trading. None that I use or work with. There's probably a prop firm out there that allows swing trading, but nothing that I personally talk about. XP, that's interesting. I didn't know that was how that fully worked. Polar Bear, I said earlier, I thought about moving my stop to 50, but if 70 hits, we may go down to 50 to retest even like this. Can I see more of a broader consolidation on this hourly after this candle? Yeah. Can we get more of a pullback? 100%. We're still not overly aggressively up on the YM. I want us to get and hold above 525. If we reject that and push back into this range, I would fully anticipate the stop to hit. If we do lose yesterday's highs, which is at 470, this chart can flip to the other side decently quick, especially with that big spike on that hourly candle. I'm fully sized and willing to take a stop and also a potential another re-entry. Another thing, so far today, we have given away what, 6 TPT accounts throughout the streams. And on this stream, we're going to be giving away 2 more. I'll probably do one giveaway a little early. We got to get the likes up though. We're at 36 likes. That is just depressing. Absolutely depressing. I'll do one a little earlier. So that way some of y'all can, go do your thing if you want to leave. And by earlier, I mean like 8:30, 8:45. And then one is going to be at the end of stream. It just looks like a trade that needs room. Agreed. I didn't give it a whole lot of room. I mean, 50 points is nothing on the YM for a stop. I'm just more so looking at the structural aspect of it. If it gets all the way down here, ES and NQ would likely both lose these lows and be working back towards yesterday's highs. At that point, I wouldn't necessarily want to be in it. I'd rather just be looking for a new entry. But no, if you do want the giveaway sooner, like the stream. It ain't hard. Go into the little video, hit the little thumbs up, show some love. Brennan, yes and no. 'Cause in theory, if you think about it that way, the YM wouldn't necessarily have more room to the upside versus the other indices because ES and NQ are at all-time highs. There's nothing to the upside. So they can go. They can rip. They still have to find their resistance targets now. The YM at this point is going to have very defined resistance targets. Like very defined. Because we're in prior price action. So it's actually not going to be the one that has the most room. Yes, if it gets to all-time highs or even the recent highs, it has a lot of room. It does. For me, it's more so just holding. Yes, this daily doesn't look fucking phenomenal, especially if we get below yesterday's highs. That's why my stop is where it is. But if this daily does continue to hold yesterday's highs, get that push above the 525 area, I think it has a lot of room up towards that 50,000 area. So that's the main reason I'm in this trade. But ES and NQ are 100% going to have more room because they have all-time highs there. When you bring us out of poverty, I can't do that. Can't bring you out of poverty. Ain't no way one future trade should bring you out of poverty. I can tell you that. AXP, these accounts could be something you're interested in. Are they going to be as high of returns as the one you got? No. But once you pass them, you get daily payouts. So you could make a couple grand. Like if you make 20 grand on the account after you pass it, you immediately go to their live thing and you just get daily payouts with a static drawdown. I've actually never used TPT once. And I'm giving away 2 of the accounts. I would feel more comfortable going long if sell side liquidity at 73.12 was taken out first. I mean, it's 3 points away. It's not crazy. Could easily pull back lower. What that would do on the 15-minute too is give us a lower spike that you can trade off of, get a little fair to go lower. Because right now, the YM was stronger. Now it's a little bit weaker. So there's a chance if these pull back, this does get that aggressive spike back towards yesterday's highs, and we take the loss. Hold NQ to 30K, you may be out of poverty. Is gold going to pump further? I really don't like questions like that because can it? Yeah. But also we're sitting at this high. It's just react to the market and what it's telling you. If we reject this high, there's a chance on the hourly chart it starts to see that overall rejection. We sit within a wider range here for a little bit. It's very possible it does that. Daily's not aggressively strong, but we need above yesterday's high, which is at basically 4,600. We get above there, I think it has room. I think it can easily continue, but it needs above there. If it continues to sit below that, there's a chance it pulls back. But no, this chart does look strong, 100%. I've blown multiple TPT and resetted some pros. I know that's expensive. I know it's like a couple hundred. Now I'm chilling with my fund of futures, rapid. Some benefits just EOD instead of trailing. I hate trailing drawdown. I really hate it. What's my trading playlist sound like? Most of the time, I'm likely just watching something on YouTube, and it's usually a Project 365 stream. We're addicted. Everyone's addicted. I usually just have a stream in the background. We're just vibing. Because those are the main slots I trade, other than maybe midday session. Outside of that, I don't really. But no, there's times I'll listen to music. Most of the time, no. But if I'm listening to music, I have a wide ass variety of music I play. $650 for a 50K pro reset. Damn. I saw there was another prop firm that added the funded account resets. I forget who it is. But those are always so expensive. I can't see myself paying a couple like $500 to reset a funded account. Based on your trading style, it makes sense why you hate trailing drawdown. Yeah, Blambo. Yes, fucking does. You know exactly why I hate it if you watch how I trade. I trade a lot like Jake. I just trim more. And I'm willing to hold through pullbacks. I've blown accounts with trailing drawdowns while still in profit. Top Step has back to funded 600 and something dollars. See, to me, that is crazy. Because I'm sure you get the account back, but it's at zero P&L overall. Because it's a zero P&L overall. And at that point, I would just buy more evals and try to pass it. How you gonna buy the top of that spike? I didn't buy the top of the spike. I bought here. That ain't the top's up here. I got like 30 points before the top, you know. But no, I'm just looking for more so if YM can continue. It's a trade that I entered. Risk reward's worth it. If it stops me out, I'll look for something else. Yeah, Patrick, that's the thing. And I've watched other people's streams where most of the time they're just sitting like this, staring at a chart and not really engaging much. It's just boring. Plus, I love to yap when I can or when I want to. I also like I don't mind playing music. And I'm sure some of you like don't mind hearing it, but also the playlist we have, we all use. And I know it can get irritating hearing the exact same songs 3 to 4 times a day. And usually I just don't. I'll just talk. But no, I appreciate that, Patrick. It means a lot. Are you going to show live execution like Jake? No. I show this. The way I can show live execution is if I'm either just showing only my Tradeify or only my Tradeivate, which means I lose access to all of these charts, or I link my Tradeivate to TradingView, which I don't want to do. So I just show the P&L tool. You see this. Most of the time I'll talk about my sizing and stuff. But no, I have no interest in showing live execution. Because also at the same time, if I'm in a trade, people are going to judge their sizing based off of my sizing. It's not how it should be. Judge your sizing based off of the conviction you have within a setup in a trade. No, Leo, I actually don't. I don't have like one song that I play before market open. Normally, I just open the charts, look at them, do the usual morning work I have to do, pop some caffeine in, and get trading. I don't have like a crazy pre-market like routine or anything like that. It's just basic. Yeah, it'd be more fun to gamble with 5 evals. It's always fun to gamble with evals. Trade days, same like TPT, but EOD drawdown, their evals at 30% consistency in 5 trading days, no micro flipping. Interesting. I've never used trade day. I don't have any interest in it though. Oh no, AXP. I didn't get in on the initial spike. I don't buy news candles. I would have loved to have been in down here, but also YM was relatively weaker. It was below the open while like RTY was above and NQ was above. It's just I'm not one to chase candles like this. If it works, it works. But for me, I usually wait till a little bit of structure builds after it and get in. Gold at 4,600. Hell yeah. Beautiful. If it holds over, you have a really, really strong 4-hour. Daily's breaking above the prior day's highs. There's room. There's a lot of room on gold if it wants to go. Big if. I'm not loving YM because even if the other indices get the slightest pullback, we're likely getting that yesterday's high tag. Do you trade more defensive if you're one day for a payout? Yeah, I do. Most of the time, though, if I'm one day away from a payout, I usually have profits built enough to where I can get the payout. I just need the log days. And I'll just log a $200 day to make it count. When you start resetting funded accounts, you really just hindering the beneficial ROI of props 1,000%. Agreed. The only Here's the thing to me with resetting funded accounts. The only situation where I see it making sense is if it takes you forever to get that funded account because you're just not trading overly consistent. But then at the exact same time, that's probably the worst person to buy that account because if you blow it like you've likely been blowing accounts, you just rinsed 500, $600 and that just ain't worth it. Past five traded by select accounts. Would you suggest I get 3K in each, then take half or get them to 6K and take 3K on them for 15K per payout? Isn't the cap on them 2K or is it 3? But that's fully going to be up to you. AXP, I traded YM today as well. I traded this, I believe, on YM. It was either this one or this one. One of these two rallies in it. It was like a 150 point move. It wasn't anything insane. But no, when the YM wants to move, it moves very nice. It can make really, really nice moves. Like you're talking 1,000 points pretty easily. Dude, it irritates me. DIA doesn't have dailies. Even like tri-weeklies, like Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I know it's lower volume on the contracts, but give me those expirations so I don't only have to trade Friday expirations if I love the chart on a Monday. I just hate it because every other index has it. Would 4670 be a crazy target overnight for gold? No. I mean, you're going to struggle at 4640-ish around this pivot. If it breaks that, yeah, you can look towards 700s. I would just build a broader plan and see exactly where you want to go for it. It needs over 4640s, 4650s. If it gets above that, I think gold can really go. Whenever I blow up funded, I force myself to pass an eval, even if I have another funded. Valid, honestly. I love trading, like making myself trade evals to try to get them to pass. Like I said, if these start to actually pull back a little bit more, this stop will likely be hit. I'll still be watching for a potential entry on it. We'll see if anything shows up during stream. But I still like the overall risk to reward on YM on the broader scale. Yeah, AMD is ripping after earnings. Hell yeah, Blambo. Love to hear that. A lot of people are going to sleep on that breakdown that I give. And I'm not going to do that explanation too often because it's like the core fundamentals of how I trade. And it's a part of the system as well. So if you actually pay attention to that, props to you. Gail, if for most people, if you're ever that close to passing on an eval or on a funded or an eval in general, I like to size way down, even if I'm just targeting like $150 on a trade, just because that's when most people blow up. They'll try to trade or size like it's basically the rush, the dopamine coming in because you're 300 away from passing. You're already thinking in your head about passing that eval or getting that payout. And when you lose $300, that thought of passing is still in your head. So now you're trying to make 600. Then you kind of chase that pass that entire day. And that's what causes a lot of people to blow their accounts when they're that close. Oil dropped 3% in 1 minute candle a while ago. Could be some type of news event incoming. The news already came out. So yeah, it was a news event. Oil's likely not moving that much in that short amount of time unless there's some type of news. Target last Friday's high, Sunday opening print, Friday closing print. Anybody who shorted GC had a stop loss in those areas? Last Friday's highs. Sunday's opening print. That's right around that area that I mentioned. Like 46.40s. It's right at like 46.45. Feel like a bounce at 478 is possible on the YM. It is. It's possible. It's also possible we go retest and spike below it. You know, I wanted this entry to hold more so, not necessarily, I didn't want to see it rally right away. I'd rather see it build a consolidation up here. I wanted it to hold above this wick, build that consolidation and rip. This is also why I gave it a wider stop. I still want an even wider stop, but I'm likely not going to move it because I already have my risk set. It's what I'm willing to risk, but also I'm willing to risk another trade if that does get stopped, like I said. If it doesn't bounce there, I think it can go way lower. Well, yeah, because at that point we'd be losing. If we lose 77 or 78, we lose yesterday's highs. That means we're starting to set a daily fail to go higher, and it, of course, can go lower. I'm in with a bit wider of a stop. Perfect. That's why I always say build a trade plan and follow it. Don't blindly follow me. If that's happening on the indices, I fully expect this to stop to hit. The last thing I really want is us to trend lower back towards yesterday's highs of the open on ES and NQ, because then I just lose all interest in the day. I just don't want to see us trending back lower into the overall range when we just got all-time highs. WAF, I don't mind that. If you want to wait for the candle to close above the prior candle, just wait for conviction. Because yes, was this hourly close not the greatest on YM? Of course. But also you can look at it as an unconventional 3-bar play if we are able to get that continuation back up above that like 525 area. For me, the thesis on this is going to be if we continue to remain below 525, not in love, but if we get back above it, conviction will start to go back to where it was when I entered. Gold is still pushing for anyone who's in it. Looks good. Oil's getting a bit of momentum here, which is interesting to see. Hourly's still weak, but it doesn't have to break down right away. What we want to see with this Asia open is how we usually react. A lot of times we'll see an initial move. We need to see if that move is going to hold. Like if we see buying pressure step in, is that going to hold? Because if not, if we start to push back lower on all these indices, then stops hit, but also it starts to get a little bit weaker. Cameras that the Sony VZ E10. It's a little bougie camera. Courtesy of Jake. It's just the obvious place. I tried to long GC at the open. The open Sunday. I remember you taking that trade. Hourly on YM and trend looks nice. It does. I can still see the potential of more of a pullback if it wants to give it. We're not out of the woods yet. 5 minutes trying for its first higher low, which is kind of crazy. Pulling back. What did it pull back from the highs? 80 points. But we haven't said anything yet. We can easily still set a lower high and hit that stop. What up, Afan? MES, the reason I'm not is because this 5-minute isn't closed yet. Like I said, if we start to reject within this first 5-minute candle, get a slightly more bearish, I would expect lower on all indices. Because now this is what the 2-minute looks like on these charts. It's not good, not phenomenal. The initial spike probably gave a lot of people conviction. Some people probably actually went long on it. For me, though, I don't trust Asia session until the initial volatility settled. Same thing with New York. Oil is still getting a bit of momentum, which is interesting to see. But no, now if this 2-minute does trigger and we get a pushback lower, I would at least expect yesterday's highs. If we hit yesterday's highs, we're 7 points away from stop. I would anticipate it. Why no gold trade today? Because I didn't trade gold. Simple. Wasn't something I was looking to long. I don't trade gold all that often. I trade gold when I absolutely love the setup. If I see gold getting a news candle, that's probably the last thing I'm going to want to trade. Especially a 43% rally in 20 minutes. If you trade gold often, it's something you're probably seething over. For me, no. Yeah, Vantis, it is a legit camera. I had a 4K webcam before as well. But Jake wanted to get me this, and I'm not going to say no to this kind of camera. It's interesting why I'm trying desperately to hold. This would have to show a lot of relative strength for this stop not to get hit if this is what the indices are doing. I have low hope. Just because of what ES and NQ are currently doing. If we get a broader pullback, I just will lose a lot of interest in potential trades. But if we do hold relative strength throughout these other indices pulling back a little bit, potential still grows. Because what that would mean is we're starting to see a little bit more of a shift into the Dow Jones, which can give it that overall continuation. And this is why I watch all 4 indices at the exact same time, even if I'm only in one. Remember, we're not at anything yet until we get over 525. Anything below 525, I'm fully anticipating a stop. Fading, yep. We're just getting some volatility. YM is trying desperately to hold. I just realized it's probably not great that I'm drinking caffeine at 8 p.m., but you know, what up, Esso? How you doing? The one thing I will say is even with this trade, even with this pullback we're currently in, no one should be stressed over this at all. Especially trading after a news candle, you should anticipate a loss. It's the easiest way to go about trading. What up, Nashty? Polar Bear, I usually hit it during the day. YM has been lagging a lot lately. I think it's primarily due to the straight because a lot of the overall industrial names have been halted with products in the straight. But yeah, it's just a lagging index as of late. She's been struggling. Good thing I took it on my eval, not my funded. Fair. Now, if this loses, I lose like 250 on my fundeds. Why is it on that? Boom. Do you only do longs? No. I've shorted multiple times. When the market looks like this, yeah, I prefer longs. 100%. When the market looks like this, I prefer longs. A lot more than shorts. If you look at the session we're currently doing, 3 of the indices just broke all-time highs. I'm likely going to prefer longs because we're just ripping new all-time highs. I would rather be wrong, longing near all-time highs than continuously trying to short the rally. Is Emily on an alt account? Could be. What up, Unorthodox? How you doing? Oh, dude, I didn't know Trump tweeted Dow was going to 100,000. That's also fucking delusional. If he thinks Dow is going to 100,000, you realize the other indices would be like, that'd be ES 10K. Is it possible? Yeah, but you're talking if ES gets to something like 10K and the Dow just explodes over all-time highs towards like 70K, that's gonna be huge ass bubble. All I know is when that breaks, I want to be short. Polar Bear, this morning I traded IWM instead of RTY. On RTY, I usually trade minis because it's you can have a 2-3 point stop. You trade 2 minis, it's $200-300. So I'm not going to use micros on RTY personally, especially if I'm trading during like the Asia session because you can get insanely tight stops. It's just not worth it. If I'm trading something like NQ, I'm 1,000% using minis and barely any minis at that. Right now, I am in micros, or I'm 1,000% using micros on NQ. NQ, sorry. Right now, I'm using micros on the YM, but I just have like 10 micros. And if I'm gonna trade 10 micros, I would rather trade 10 micros over 1 mini, so that way I can trim. Yeah, I was learning trading the last few years, trying to short gold. Brother, I feel like in the beginning of most of our trading careers, we tried to short some crazy rally and all got nuked. Steph, I can tell you with the amount that I don't trade NQ right now, if NQ gets to 50K, I would have zero interest in touching that at all. The volatility on that alone would make most people like just destroy their accounts. AXP, I agree. Well, AXP just said if you want to short all-time highs, look left. Pull up this chart, look left. There ain't fucking shit. What are you shorting off of? The thing is, this is all uncharted territories. I will not short all-time highs. Where I would be interested in shorting is if we got back below maybe 7,200, maybe. And that would have to happen quick because then we'd get more aggressive daily. Even then, I'm not even overly interested until we break like this low. That's 7,100. I have to wait 200 points on ES before I'm like, holy shit, I want to desperately short this thing. Because what happens is we get a candle like yesterday. We get the ever so slightest bearish candle. I guarantee you, everyone who has been a horny bear during this rally shorted this shit out of this. Shorted this shit out of this. They see the slightest bit of red, short it. What do we do the next day? We squeeze them. And it happens every time. It happens over and over and over at all-time highs. And it helps fuel the rally. Now, is the average retail trader going to be help fueling the rally? Not really. All you're going to do is fill a few orders of some of the hedge firms, and that's it. Plus, most of them are on prop firms anyway. They have zero impact on the market. Interesting, Polar Bear. I didn't know Disney pumped during COVID, unless you shorted like after the crash. But no, today on stream, for those of you that are interested, I see we have 210 people in here. We're giving away 2 TPT accounts. I think they're 50Ks. Later on in the stream, I'm going to aim for like 845 for the first one. But y'all got to get the likes up. We're at 85 likes, 210 people in here. If y'all want the giveaways, we need at least like 175. 80s is just criminal. Criminally low. Oh, Steph. Do I ever trade CL? Yes. I haven't traded it nearly as much as I did in the beginning. When I first started these streams in the Discord, I traded CL every single day, every single stream. So I'll go over it, brother. Don't worry. But yeah, I traded gold or I traded oil throughout a large majority of like this every day. And those of you that were here know the thesis of every single session was open the charts, long oil, short the indices, and it worked for 3 weeks straight. Yeah, polar bear, 100%. So number one thing I want to pay attention to is 45.97s on gold. Why? That's yesterday's highs. The thing is with gold too, if you really think about it, all of my analysis from gold for the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days is pretty much the same. The same daily support from back here that we were looking to hold when we traded it before. I'm pretty sure we caught gold this day off this exact same thesis of the hold of this area on the daily chart. So the hold of this is general support. If we do hold it, if we do hold above 4,600, I think 46.40s is a pretty solid target. Why? Because you can just see the resistance right here. 46.40 to 46.50s, pretty valid target if it gets up there, but I need to see it hold that. So I don't hate for that move to happen later on. Doesn't have to happen right now, especially if you want to get like an hourly consolidation here. You just desperately need it to hold above 4,600. If that happens and we get above like 46.50s, I think there's a lot of potential room higher. You're lucky my plugin's not working, so I can't read what that message says. Live cattle and soybeans. Yep. Don't like ES and NQ here. See if oil's rallying. Not really, but it is a little bit. Oh, I have this on the hourly. That 4 hour can get interesting if we see that push higher there. That can flip thesis pretty quickly. But no, like I said, below like the 520s, 525s, I'm still anticipating that stop to hit. And if we get below 470s on YM, I have no interest in longs at all. I'm not longing below yesterday's highs. I think that's just crazy. Can it work? Yeah. Can you get good opportunities if it sets up? Yeah. But to me, it's just not worth it. We'll see if this area holds, but I'm fully expecting us to at least go test that. YM isn't super wicky like NQ, is it? Well, it depends, because right now we're seeing after hours volatility in a usually lower volume time, so it can be. But it's not as wicky as like NQ. NQ is just overly volatile. What up, Robert? Yeah, polar bear. You got to remember the NQ is the best. Its main, like, whatever the main drivers in it are big tech names. We're talking about the big tech names that'll rip 10% in a day without any hesitation. You're gonna see volatility. Had to go play some basketball? Hell yeah. How'd you do? I haven't hooped in forever. The YM is usually a lot slower because it's industrial names. Industrial names are typically slower, except for when you see that rotation into industrial, then they explode. And that's when the YM makes really nice moves. No, Steph, I trade him different. And it's more so the fact that, like right now, Asia just opened, and I can actively sit here and just talk to you guys. and not really care what the chart does. It does help. I'm already in a position, and that position for me is either it's going to win or it's going to lose. Either way is what it is. That's just the mindset I've built around trading. New York's just a lot more volatile. And you can see, like, this is obviously an extreme rally. I mean, not even extreme, but it's a large rally for the Asia session, right? Because it's news driven. 160 points on YM since market open. Is it crazy? No. But is it a large rally? Yeah. Then you look at the intraday session. 150 points. That happened in 10 minutes in New York. So you can see the difference of the volatility there. It's just lower volatility. And that's why I like it. I can be in a trade for a while, which I'm perfectly fine with. If you're someone who likes to be in and out of a trade in 10 minutes, Asia session probably isn't for you unless you're scalping. Are you a good hooper? I told Jake to host a tournament for Mastermind. No. I mean, I'm all right at stuff like knockout, but actually hooping, no. I ain't got the genetics to be a good hooper. Volatility and targets. You have expectations. With New York, I can't do that thing that I love to do where I can hold for 16 hours if the trade wants to keep going. I can't. With Asia session, I can get in a trade that's at a slower pace currently. And if the structure continues to hold, you can see that rally. Something we talked about yesterday, and I talked about earlier on stream. RTY over this 807 to 810 had a lot of room. You could have gotten in that trade and held it until market close today for 50 points, and you never would have been in much of a drawdown at all. Those are the kind of Asia session moves that I want. Is it going to happen every day? No, it's far and few between. Because you normally see volatility during the London session, which can spike you out at times as well. And also during the New York stock open, which is at 4 a.m. So what stock that would be in the YM? Stocks that are in the YM. These are the main assets in the YM from highest to whatever. This isn't all of them, but you're looking at banks, like medical, Microsoft's one, Home Depot, Cat, so a lot of industrial. This is what you're mainly looking at for the YM names. Mainly a lot of industrials for the most part. Thursday, November 20th on the 4-hour. AXP, what chart, what ticker exactly? Or does it not matter? On NQ? Bet. If NQ does reject here and we see a gap down tomorrow, it can get ugly. Because the thing about Jake's theory of like capitulation days, it can start with the overnight, and most people won't realize that. Because they want a big New York gap up. You can get a big rally during the overnight, fade that. And what do we have? If that did happen, just an upper wick on the daily chart. Let's say we close tomorrow at like 900s on NQ. That'd be like a holy shit kind of candle. 4-hour, November 20th. This can be way back. Oh, not that far back. Yeah. Now, when we get the pullback on the indices, I would expect this 1,000%. It won't be a trend move down. It'd be one day flush. This is exactly what I would expect to happen right now. Some people think the pullback would be picture perfect. I don't. I think initially it's going to look like this. Because what's going to happen at this point is we're going to go from extreme greed at all-time highs to extreme fear rather quickly. There's likely going to be a lot of uncertainty, which technically there still is in the market. When uncertainty hits and bears really start to step in, what happens? People fucking sell. People sell aggressively. Pull of October 10th, I think people forget that all-time highs, they can rug pull anytime. Yep. October 10th. I'm going to guess it's this one right here. Yep. You're just looking for the straight capitulation days, huh? But no, this can easily happen any day. Eventually, something like this, maybe not even to like that extreme, but something like that can happen in one day. We can lose 1,000 points on the NQ. Now, I want people to actually look at this. Let's say we go from the highs. If we lose 1,000 points on the NQ, we don't lose the prior daily high or low. We could go down 1,300 points and we retest that low. Nothing would change at all. AXP just wants everyone to see all the capitulation days so everyone starts freaking out. Next, I'm pulling up tariff day. Beautiful. Yeah, I got a buddy, Mitch. He streamed this morning at 6. And he caught the whatever, I forget the name of the day, the Liberation Day or whatever, when the indices ripped 10%. He caught a mass majority of that move. How tall is Rake? Like 6'2"? Yeah, like 6'2", 6'3". He's tall. Hey, I just requested a payout and it hit. Let's go. Oh, it hit a banger trade. I've won 5 days profit. Beautiful, brother. Hell yeah, Melty. I love seeing you guys do well. Keeps the momentum going, even if we're break even on a trade after an hour. What up, Jason? Ahmad, you got some weird ass dreams. You had a dream you shorted NQ down to 21,500. Last dream I had so vividly, I was wearing a green sweatshirt on stream. Uh-oh. Don't get too bearish. Wait, 20. Oh, you had a dream you shorted NQ for 7,000 points? Brother. Brother. That's got to feel rough. You wake up and realize the bank account's still pretty dry, and you're like, God damn, wish I didn't wake up. I don't know, caught 50 points off the short. Perfect. Beautiful. Ain't nothing wrong with that. We made a lower high here, broke down. Nice short. I have no problem with people shorting up here at all. Like I said, there will be days where I short intra-session because the session needs it. Do I think this would be a terrible trade? No. But was I interested in it? Also, no. So people can catch this 100%. I could still be leaning long on YM and this move happened. People catch it. Beautiful. See, Cole, I don't dream about charts because I just don't sleep. You can't dream about them if you just don't sleep. Stay up and watch them. Be a real man. Don't forget, Trump rugged his own crypto. He would probably rug spy as well. I don't think he would. Well, he already rug spy with the tariffs. Yeah, Gail, that's because most people see Jake on Instagram. They see him on stream when he's not standing up. Future, that's brutal. That's brutal. I took a YM long here. We're currently down like 5 points. I took it back over here when we got this little break into new high a day. The only thing is with these being weaker, if these don't find support quickly, something to note as well, ES is now below yesterday's highs. NQ is coming into yesterday's highs. If we lose those, good fucking luck. Also, whoever talked about NQ filling the gap, your dreams might come true. 6'1". Jake, I thought you were 6'2". I guess I'm just fucking short. What up, Jake? Future, Jake's usually on every stream. Let's call it 6'2". I'm down. All right, you're 6'2". I'm 5'11". Got it. 1 inch is a huge difference. Futures. Why did I just even read that comment that you made up there? I don't know how I skipped over that, but what the fuck did I just read? Joe, I feel like you definitely are over, like you definitely misheard something because the YM is one of the four indices. You have ES, NQ, RTY, and YM. The YM is the Dow Jones, which is primarily industrials and banks, and like medical companies. Just passed my eval and MGC longs. Is gold still cooking? Oh, gold is still cooking. Nice. Hell yeah. I thought about taking gold today, intraday, but that would have sucked because, and I meant options because that pullback would have hurt. Eldred, you probably just shrunk. People get shorter over time. It's all right. If you want to know something disappointing, when I was in like middle school or elementary school, I went to the doctor and they do the thing where like, oh, your projected height when you're older. This fucker said 6'5". I am 5'9". My mom is 4'8". I want to know where the hell this man got 6'5" from. And he was almost a foot off in height. Yeah, Jake, I am 5'11". Yep. That's what we're going with from now on. Why people always hating on Jake when he wins on stream? I feel like morning streamers are moody. Morning streamers are moody because the chat is just a bunch of dicks, dude. Like, straight up. People hate to see people do well. That's the thing, too. You won't see people doing better than, like, that are better than you. Like, if they're actually doing better, talking shit. It's not worth their time. Most people aren't going to talk unless you give them a solid fucking reason to talk shit. No one's going to see someone like Jake make $10,000 and talk shit the entire time. If you do it for those people, I'm sorry, your life just sucks that bad that you got to talk shit on that. Like, you got to figure something out, but life ain't that bad. Haters are just people who are, they're mad at themselves, mad at their life, and they want to take it out on someone else. Jake is sometimes a dick too. Yeah, Jake, you can tell that just if you look at the banned list on YouTube, that shit keeps growing. I mean, sleepy, plus you're dealing with market volatility. And also, something I love, because on this stream, like y'all are chill, but you're also the polar opposite of New York stream. And some of you guys are from the New York stream, obviously. But it's just mainly joking around, shooting the shit. Like yesterday, we didn't even really trade, and we just random ass conversations for 2 hours straight. Random as hell. And then you go on Jake's stream, Jake enters a trade, and everyone's like, oh my God, I would be taking the polar opposite of this. Oh my God, you should trim here. Oh, you should never be in this size position. Like, shut up. Let him trade. I think he knows what he's doing. Jake's the last person you can be talking shit to? 100%. Vish, that wasn't a fucking an agreement, dude. Jake, you want to know what chat tried to make me do for 50K subs? They wanted me to dye my hair pink and shave my head or shave my eyebrows. You get to dye your hair blonde. They wanted me to shave both of my eyebrows and dye my hair pink. Why am I hated for absolutely no reason? Thought that was happening. No, it's not fucking happening. Shaving eyebrows is nuts. Well, they actually tried to say 200 likes and I shaved my eyebrows, and we were at like 190. And I was like, no, I'm not that cheap. What if he dyes his eyebrows? Quit giving ideas. Quit. Guys, we were also at 116 likes. I don't know what it is today. But y'all either just hate the stream or you're just lacking. Lacking completely. Not even half of you have liked the stream. And I'm trying to give away 2 50K TPT accounts. By the way, the little hearts in the chat is just showing love, showing support. Hit the little thumbs up under the stream if you want to like it. If we get the likes up, I'll run one soon. Hex, pink doesn't seem fire. It doesn't at all. 69 now. Beltrix, you got to refresh. We're at 129. But no, we get the likes up. I'll do a giveaway in the next few minutes. I'll give away one. Yeah, Gamma. It's basically if I forget to say it, people won't like it. Jake, I gave away for the pink hair. And what I said I would think about it is if we fully monetize the channel for 24 hours, I did a long stream, got all of the tips and the sub money for that day. I was like, you know what? I'll think about it. Because we know that'd be a stupid amount of money. $1 million subs would be worth it. If we hit 1 million subs, my hair would be pink immediately. Immediately. For 1 million subs, just put a wig on. I feel like people would notice. Unless I get some Hollywood professional type of wig, people would notice. We all want your hair's pink at 1 million. Brother. I mean, if we get... Mitch, I was going to talk, then I read that fucking comment. Permanent pink hair. Didi, you got to chill. You got to fucking chill with that. 1 million subs. Why do you guys want to just like destroy my entire look? Pink buzz cut, no eyebrows. Mitch is in the chat. Why doesn't he have to do something? Why do I have to do it? Oh, Mitch gets green hair. Jake goes blonde. Lamelli goes blue. A Zane goes red, and I go pink. What are we, the fucking Power Rangers now? We go from the Avengers to the Power Rangers? Afro rainbow. Hard to like and chat because I'm watching from my TV. If you're watching from the TV, all you gotta do is just go to your YouTube on your phone real quick, hit the like, and then we're good, you know? Basically the Avengers, if you think about it. No, I feel like it'd be more like the Power Rangers. Sugar Rock. Mitch, I would need a hell of a perm. Futures, what the fuck? Where's that comment? Because I just saw it. DLP. Past 50K account, finally, laptop closed, going for a walk. Futures replies, activate it in full port right now. Mitch, you ain't catching me fucking cosplaying, brother. You ain't catching me cosplaying. Oh, Jake, full degens. I gotta get clips from 2 streams ago because we were in a tight range for the past like 2 or 3 days, and it was just miserable. We were looking at soybean futures fully, and they didn't look that bad, and we were thinking about it. Mitch. Futures is a full degenerate. Just reading his fucking comments. The Project 365 power traders. All right, that's enough. Jake, you say soybeans is where you draw the line. I'm going to see if the chart still looks like it. We're going to check. We're going to look at it, chat. Hear me out, Jake. You look at this monthly failure to go lower, trigger to buy. If it holds, it can go. But no, we have looked at soybeans. I've not traded soybeans, but we have looked. See, we all talk shit on soybeans. And then we look at it and we're like, holy fuck, that might do something. How you doing, Cash? I'm doing wonderful. Can we get me to be hammered on stream and gamble online for 50K subs? First off, if I did that, it would be me and Jake because I'd be flying to Puerto Rico. It's obvious. It's the easy way to do it. I'm not going to gamble on stream by myself. That's dumb. If I'm going to gamble on stream, I'm going to Puerto Rico. Also, it wouldn't be on YouTube because you can't do that. Someone said something, I read it, and then I missed it. What amount of time do you try to pass an eval in? I do not care the amount of time I pass an eval in, personally. I do not care. I've had a lucid eval active for going on 2 weeks now. To be fair, I haven't traded it in 3 days, but I don't care. Sometimes I'll pass it in 2 days. Sometimes I'll pass it in 2 weeks. I'm in no rush because I also usually have a bunch of different accounts that I can trade between. I also have options that I make money on. So I don't rush the process. To me, I don't want to just eat an eval and get $2,000 in eval fees brewed up before I get a payout. I have no problem trading them slower. Let's launch an options prop firm called Proper Trading. Not a bad name. Not a bad name. You can be an angel investor? Robert, we're not down that bad yet. What up, Futures King? How you doing? Futures. Trading water? Like just purified water? Like, is that a thing? Because if you can trade water, I feel like that's crazy. You can just catch it from the sky. Like, it just, how do you, what, during drought season, it's bullish? What's your biggest payout? Biggest payout on prop firms is 11 or 12,000 from Top Step. Biggest 1 day trade was 26,000 on Roku. How do I approach evals? I feel like I traded live. I could pay myself out every day. But with props, I feel like I'm getting impatient because all my wins aren't real, and then I end up blowing the evals. This is gonna be an annoying answer, but you got to be patient. You can't be impatient in trading. Impatience in trading will kill you every single time. Now, you can do the Jake method with evals where he's just trying to pass them and he's willing to eat a few because he knows once he gets payouts, it covers that fee 10x, possibly even more most of the time. And if you want daily payouts, go towards the Lucid Pro or the Tradeify Select? You can get daily payouts, or TPT, which we're currently giving away 2 TPT accounts today. Those do have daily payouts as well. You just got to have the trailing drawdown. Guys, we're at 150 likes. Let's see if we can get to 175 real quick. If we get that, I'll run the first giveaway. 175 ain't asking for much. There's 220 of you on stream. It's easy. Hit the little thumbs up. Natty Trading, where are you at that you're not allowed to collect rainwater? Because I got a wheelbarrow outside full of rainwater. I don't think they're going to give a shit. I don't have city water. I have a well outside the house that gets water from the ground. I don't think anybody cares if I catch rainwater. If someone's getting arrested for that, that's crazy. Yeah, Carl, I know most people don't care about payouts. Someone asked, so I answered. But I'm also not over here every day saying, oh my God, my largest payout this, my largest payout that. I just trade. Same reason someone asked me earlier if I'm going to show my execution exactly like Jake. I said no. I don't see a reason why, first off, exact P&L needs to be on chart. I don't want to connect my broker to trading view. No. Are you in a trade? I am. I am currently down 16 points on the YM. But no, I appreciate you saying that. And that's the thing. Most people should be here for strategy, asking questions. Obviously, right now we're joking around, but at the same time, I'll answer questions in depth when they pop up. And there's a shit ton of material just from my streams alone, not counting the other 5 host streams, where there's an immense amount of knowledge. I collect tears from all my trading losses. Just do it in the shower. That way you don't have to worry about anyone seeing, you know? Cry in peace. All right, Mitch. All right, motherfucker. You're on one today. Sounds like you know a thing. I know a couple things. There's a lot of shit I don't know, though. Futures, that is crazy. I mean, that sounds like California. If someone came to me and said California will arrest you for collecting rainwater, I'd be like, it makes sense. It's California, you know? Is that the streaming Mitch? It is. He jumps back and forth between his 2 YouTube accounts. Yeah, that's Mitch from this morning. Timeout. What is YDH? Yesterday's highs. What that does for me is like right now, ES, what did we do? We broke cleanly above yesterday's highs. We're currently sitting below that. Just by looking at this 5-minute chart, I now know we're at the moment sitting at a slight daily fail to go higher. That daily candle is going to have an upper wick, and it's not going to be bearish yet because we're not below the open. So the daily should be an ever so slight green candle with an upper wick. Go to the daily chart, ever so slight green candle, upper wick. That's why I draw those levels. So I know exactly what the higher time frames look like without having to look at them. Right here's last week's highs. If we get back below that, the weekly will be the exact same thing. Have I missed any trades? I mean, I'm still in one. Would I say enter here? No, because ES and NQ still kind of look like shit, to be honest. All right, is anyone still holding gold? I know a few of you guys probably are. But no, with oil looking a little bit stronger as it comes up to retest that 1015 area, I'm not interested in, like, I wouldn't be diving in the chart. I'd wait till structure shifts a little bit. If we get back over the entry level, I'm open to it. Remember that 525 area is like the pivot that I want to watch if we get above it. Oh yeah, Jake, gold went. Gold took the news and it fucking ran. You know what I can't wait for, Jake? Tomorrow morning, when gold gets a good gap up, let's say right around this like 640s area, looks fire for longs. You immediately get in a gold long. First comment is going to be, do you even trade NQ anymore? And I can't wait. I can't wait for it. I'm still in gold. Hell yeah, Gail. Mitch. Every time I read a comment, every time. Anyone in NQ longs? I'm sure somebody is. No, futures. I've never been to PR. I'm not going to read the second part of that because that's just a low blow. Jake personally, like I visited Jake a lot in California, and I visited him like 3 times in New York. I think overall, and I visited him in Miami. I think overall, I paid for one of those flights, maybe 2. So that just tells you the kind of person Jake is. Also, there's times where if Jake wants me in Puerto Rico, here's the problem. Let's say Jake gets a random itch where he wants me to come visit in Puerto Rico. He'll text me at midnight. Hey, you want to come to Puerto Rico? I'll be like, sure. He'll be like, all right, your flight's at 9 a.m. And he's done it multiple times. And we've made the flights. I think the greatest story was Miami. Jake was at a club in Miami with like Callan and some other people. And they were like, oh, Ron should be down here. What did they do? Jake texted me at 2 a.m. I happened to fall asleep on my couch, woke up at like 2:30. Jake texted me asking if I wanted to come to Miami. I was like, sure. I had a flight at 6 a.m. that I made. So between 2 and 6, I had to pack my bags, drive like an hour to the airport, and we got to Miami by like 10. Should I hold gold overnight? That's up to you, brother. That is fully up to you. I should go work on your channel. Is that a nice way of saying I'm pale as shit? Because that makes sense. I live in Ohio. It's starting to get sunny, but UV's like 6. That ain't gonna do anything. If I went to PR, I'd look like a lobster, dude. A UV of 11 after being in Ohio winter all summer or all winter, I'd be cooked. Jake Valid. Yep. First class or what? No, futures. I've never flown first class. I don't plan to fly first class. I don't need to pay first class. We're in a supply zone. If we lose it, I think it makes sense. It would fill the gap. Yeah. I mean, supply zone, whatever you want to call it. To me, 5-minute lower high here. We're at the overnight open. And we're at yesterday's highs. If we lose this, I would definitely say there's a chance we go lower. This is going to be a large support that NQ desperately needs to hold here. Damn, Jake B pulling or what? I mean, look at him. Man's a stud. All right, Big Austin. Valid. Yep. I mean, I don't have an argument for it. I don't. But no, holding a trade overnight's your thesis. It's the exact same things with my trades. I tell everybody, don't take my trades. Don't. Use that little bit of conviction. See if you like the setup. If you do, take it. Don't follow my execution. Build your own. I'm just here to trade live. I don't want people blindly following me. I want you to learn how to trade and be able to trade. Easy. I need a tan too. Northeast is the worst. It's brutal. Especially around this time, because you'll get, like, I think it's supposed to rain for the next 6 days here. And that's just miserable in itself. It's currently 48 degrees after being 75 2 days ago. Now we're just back in like the doom and gloom state. What up, Christian? How you doing, brother? Appreciate you, futures. It's Jake. That's why I got in up here. Because obviously you know me. I don't buy in on rallies that are this aggressive. Once we got that consolidation and YM was breaking new highs, while NQ was pulling back, wasn't even near the highs. ES pulled back a little bit as well. The relative strength, I was willing to take it. Whole main theory is, and for those of you that are just getting in, why am I in this trade? YM's been relatively weaker. It has been. It has. Fully honest. Does it have the most upside? What I said earlier is technically no. Why? Because ES and NQ are at all-time highs. The upside's exponential there, right? Until you find a resistance, there is no upside target. That's how that's going to work. But the one thing with YM that I'm currently looking at is the range. I love trading wider ranges because there's 3 key pivots I focus on. The low of the range, the highs, and there's always a mid. That mid is right around our entry-ish level, around like 520, 525. We fought it all throughout here. If we get over 525, I think we go to 50,000 easily. Is it going to be the smoothest path there? No, it's already shown some pullback. It's the fucking YM. It's not always smooth. But if it gets a break, it can easily do this. Easily. And yeah, it's a absolutely insane target. I'm going to be watching 49.7s to trim. And I also mentioned that if we do hit target, I'm probably cooked on my fundeds. Because my consistency rule is going to be blown out the window. And it's probably going to take me a month to get a payout. But I'm okay with that. I'd rather build a massive buffer on it. Daily inside bar break too. Yep. That's why I have my stop where it is, Jake. I think I have it too tight just because in case we spike this gray line, which is yesterday's highs, and I have it 7 points below that. I would like it at like 50, but I'd be more irritated if we broke this and then spiked 50 and then went. So my whole theory is this is a trade I'm willing to take a few stabs on. If this stops me out, whatever. I'll look for another potential entry throughout the rest of the overnight for that overall move. Because this trade with the current stop, not even joking, if we hit that target, which, yes, is a larger target, is fucking 10 to 1. I'll take multiple trades on a 10 to 1 potential trade. I have no problem taking 3 stops on that trade at all, ever. Kind of feel like ES can come back down to 72.80s. Depends on if it respects the open or not. If it loses the open, it 100% can pull back. It's dumping snow in Denver. Interesting. What's crazy is throughout all of the winter, I had more snow in Ohio than Denver. Also, someone asked what part of Ohio. I'm in Northeast Ohio, Keith. I'm not going to say exactly where. I've said a region before, but I'm probably not going to do that too often. What's your target? Interested in trimming at 49.7s, which would be about 3.5 R. Dream World is upwards of like 50,000. 50 to like last month's highs. Because up in this area, you have a lot of targets. Last month's high is at 50,050. Last week's high is at 50,140. Wait, how does that make sense? Wasn't last week a part of last month? No. Okay, never mind. Ignore. But no, these are extreme targets. Target is Oblivion, pretty much. I'm in Cincy. Nice. The only thing I've heard about Cincy is you guys have shit chili, but I don't know if it's true. There's a lot of people from Denver. Oh, yeah. Friday was the new month. Yep. But also, Jake, another reason with YM, and obviously this doesn't have to break now, but this weekly chart, I think if it breaks, we play a big game of catch up and YM goes for all-time highs. Now you're talking 2,000 points. Am I looking for 2,000 points on this trade? No. But it's clearly there. Key, that's the only thing I've really heard about Cincy is that they have shit chili from all my buddies in Columbus. Cole, what do you mean news? Is gold still pumping? Yeah, I mean they talked about like opening the straight, or there was some order that they were in negotiations about to let more go through the straight. There should be a lot of people that are crushing gold right now. And I'm living vicariously through you. Keith, don't stand for that bullshit. Nah, he's from Ohio. It's, I can't give him too much shit. Keith, just remember, most of the people in this chat will talk shit on us because we're from Ohio. What I tell them, though, is we want them to keep doing it so that way they stay out of Ohio. That's what we want. I feel like Trump just be randomly pulling out things to say to the press. Brother, only thing I got to say is welcome to Trump's market. Gail, don't tell me that you're like a Michigan fan or something. Because I had respect for you in the greatest way. But if you like that team, I don't know if I can anymore. I don't. Oh, so you're delusional. No, noted. Got it. Big M. Oh, what are you going to say? Ohio State didn't beat us for 5 years? Yeah, we still won the Natty and then whooped your ass next year. This is our year. Okay, buddy. After your performance last year? No, not at all. Gael? Is that it? Northeast, Keith. I'm up in like the Geauga, Lake County area. Keith, I think we can settle our, Columbus or Cincinnati, Cleveland beef, and we just take it out on Gael. Because to be honest, ain't no one likes a Michigan fan. Not a little bit. Yeah, Jake, we got a beef, so we don't pay attention to the stock, and then it pumps, and we look back and we're like, oh shit, hell yeah. Okay, sounds fine to me. Beautiful. You gotta say it in Spanish. I don't know Spanish, so I can't say it in Spanish. How's the farmland? It's exactly where I live, and I love it. Gael, that's the most cap thing in the world. What won the natty but couldn't beat us? Dude, we won the fucking natty. What else do you want? Yeah. We lost to Michigan and then we steamrolled the entire playoffs and beat every team in college football. Oh no. If your boss knows Spanish, you gotta learn it. I want to learn Spanish, but I just gotta take the time to do it. That's how good Michigan was. You mean how good Michigan was when you guys won the Natty, and the only thing that people remember from that year is the cheating allegations you had for half of the season? Yeah. All right, I'm done with the Michigan slander. That was a good note to end on. All right, Gael. Gael wants the smoke. That's all I'm saying. Is he wants the smoke. What's the overall record between Michigan and Ohio State? Y'all went 15-0 1 year. Congratulations. Congratulations. 1 year. I hope you win the free account too. Because even though we're beefing, it's all love, homie. Are you dissing on Michigan? Yes, Smoke. I am. 1,000%. No. No. All right, we're at the 9 a.m. or 9 p.m. open. We got to see what we do. If we do what we did during the Asia Open, which was this right here, where we spiked higher initially and then started selling off, it's not a good look, right? Because these technically are little 5-minute bear flags. If ES can't get back over like 305s, could start to pull back a little bit. So far, YM is holding strong, but it can only hold strong so long with the other indices being a little bit weaker. Futures. Wait, future trader, who are you in the Discord if you know that? Because obviously you've been watching my stream since I started. Does Jake trade during these hours or is he chilling like a villain? That's up to Jake. If Jake loves a chart, he'll trade. He's just like me. Jake's probably looking at YM going, should I? Shit, Jake's 40K day was because we were both watching charts. I'm not taking any credit for it. Jake saw a setup too. But he took a trade, held it throughout the entire overnight, and absolutely crushed on it. Program giveaway does include him. Trade WAP. One thing I will say is if you like beg for giveaway, because you're here all the time, you talk all the time, you know I'm doing a giveaway. There's still no giveaway question. Come on, brother. You've been here like every single day. Every day. You know we do them. Occasionally, like yesterday, we don't have one. We're giving away 2 TPT accounts today. Your brother sent a hi, Jake's brother. What up? All right, should we do the first giveaway? How many likes we at? What? What was that? What? Yeah. Wait, my actual brother sent you guys to this stream? What the fuck? All right. What up? I thought you meant like Jake, because Jake runs this.
No, Jake me.
Oh, well, cool. Anyways, you guys, if you are on the stream, give me 5 more likes. We'll do the first giveaway right now. For those of you that want to go after that, feel free. We'll run it. I don't want to double it. I don't want to give away double and give it to the next person. You can enter the giveaway, win it, and have me pull someone else. If you think about it too, like if you don't want to win the giveaway and you enter and just give it away, you look even better. All right, we're 177. Let me open it. Let me get Streamlabs cooking. I didn't even have it open because you guys weren't at the lake area yet. Cloudbot, giveaway. You're going to get 5 minutes. How you enter. And also, what I'm going to say, all these giveaways are not free. They're self-funded by Jake. Not my brother Jake to send some of you in here. Rake Trades. The G. With that, if you want to support the stream, like the stream, subscribe to the channel. If you want to help support more giveaways, use code RAKERRT at most prop firms. You know, that's how we fund this entire thing. It's how we support it. The man's crazy for how much he gives away. All right, this is all you'll have to do. It's not on yet. Y'all can spam all you want. You'll see the chat, the comment. You know it. To enter, all you're going to have to do is type ! Enter in chat. It'll reply to you. Wild, seriously, how many giveaways? Oh, dude, if you think about it, we've been doing like 5 giveaways every single day with Jake also giving away 4 to 5 accounts every single time he streams. It's nuts. But you have 5 minutes. Enter. It's open. Feel free. Usually the giveaways help our trades. So if it does, you know what? So you got to type. You get 1 entry. You get 5 minutes. If you miss the 5 minutes, we'll do another one later. The nice part is I'll probably just leave the entries in. So you only have to enter once. And you can have a chance at both. But you have to be here for the second one. You got to be here or else. Because if you're not here to say like, yeah, I'm here to win, you're getting given it away. But after you enter the giveaway, if you're bored, like the stream, subscribe to the channel. At 50K, if we can get it, Jake dyes his hair blonde and gives away 100 accounts in one day. I think it's one stream. Vibe, just try to type it again. Just ! Enter with nothing else. Robert, you try to make the bot do other stuff. You should get a reply with a tag in the chat. Nicholas, I'm in the YM right now with the relative strength on it. I'm cool with just chilling in this. I see exactly what you're looking at. Off the open, I like it. I'm not opposed to it if it holds as the low. How do I enter? Keith, right on screen, brother. Also, read the chat. If you just type what everyone else is typing, you're vibing. ! Type the word enter, hit enter. I have my entire 401k on YM here, Ron. MES, good luck. DZ, it is an eval, but the evals we give away do not have funding fees. So they're one-time fees. Yeah, Robert, you are. And I haven't traded TPT. Jay, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe TPT has a funding fee attached to it. I believe it's one time. Or anyone in chat. But no, I don't think we've given away any accounts where you have to pay a funding fee. Correct? Bet. All right, 2:30 already on. You got 2 minutes and 30 seconds. 130 of you guys are in. There are 220 people in chat. Their promo has it. Okay, yeah. Jake says it should be fully free of activation. Okay, bet. We're going to be giving away 2 accounts. I'm running one now. And then whenever I end stream, I'm running the other. No, Futures King. I am not looking at all-time highs on the YM, brother. That if we catch all-time highs on the YM, I'm retiring my trades. Because that would be 1,400 points. Do I think it's insane we get there? No. The last YM trade we caught rallied 1,100. 1,400 is not insane at all. But if I hold size to that, that'd be, first off, I would cook myself on funded accounts like I've never been cooked before. So that'd be brutal. But I'd have a hell of a buffer. Oh, it 100% could happen. What would I do if I retired? Trade every day and stream? If I retire from trading, I'm going to retire for about, I don't know, probably 2 hours and then hop on Alan's stream and start looking at charts again. You got 1 minute left. Well, actually 50 seconds. There are 155 of you in the giveaway. If the others don't want to enter, fine, cool, whatever. But also at the same time, all you got to do is type exclamation point enter and you're in. So look at that. All I have to do is start a giveaway and then you guys finally like the stream. I don't have to, that's all I got to do apparently. I don't have to have you like it before. Vibey, you're fine. There's people who type it once and there's people who you will see type it 45 times the entire 5 minutes. It doesn't bother me one way or the other. Do what you want to do. And that is it. I don't know why it's not doing perfect 5 minute timers, but you got 5 minutes and 5 seconds. So the first winner is Vantis Leads. Are you here? I know Rake's the top lot. Yeah, brutal. Rake's the hardest person in the world to work for. Vantis, are you here? Pass to someone else. The 10K I made is enough of a blessing for me. My man. Fucking legend. First off, give me some W's in chat for Vantis because that's nuts. One of y'all else is winning it. He doesn't want it. Give me some W's because that's a legend right there. He's happy with what he got. He made enough. We're giving it to somebody else. Appreciate you, brother. Just feels good to win something. Hell yeah. To be fair, I said it in chat. I said if you don't want to win, you can enter anyway and just give it away. It makes you look better. Ain't no way Trade WAP won after asking when we're doing the giveaway. Ain't no fucking way. Trade WAP, my man, you've been on every single stream that I've seen. I know it's early for you, but legend. And I know you're in here. Ain't no way you left. Oh no, Trade WAP's a legend. I'm happy he won. I always see him in stream. I always see him replying, and now's the one time I don't see him replying. There we go. Oh, Trader, I'm just joking, brother. You're good. I'm making jokes. But congrats, my man. All you got to do, message me on Instagram. Also, what's kind of cool is right before this to Vantis, he said big W and tagged him for giving it away. And he won. Legend. Yeah, DM me on Discord. That works too. Shoot me a DM on Discord. I'm going to make sure that I get it really quick from you. If you can do it now, just so I have it. And then if you need to hop off or anything, feel free. But I'll be streaming for a little bit longer. Other one we're going to do when I go to end stream. Don't know when that's going to be. But no, Trade WAP, guys, if you've been in here, you know his activity. I don't know if this man's missed a stream. So I love seeing people like that win. Yeah, feel free to shoot me a DM on Discord. Doesn't have to be right now, just some point. And I'll get it. I'll give you that. Because what we're going to do is we're going to send everyone that won today to TPT. And they'll give you the credit on your account, I believe, is the process. So it won't be immediately like you don't get a code, but you'll get the account. Let me get rid of this for now. And then we still have one more to give away. I'll do it in a little bit. I probably won't wait too long. Just because I know some of you are probably just here for the giveaways, which, I get it. I understand. I'd probably do the same. Appreciate you, Dev. Just need an email associated with TPT, but and then trade if you don't have a TPT account, yeah, you won trade wop. That's why I was making the joke saying when you talked about the giveaway and you won. Yeah. If you don't have a TPT account, I'll send you a link to sign up with. That way you just create an account real quick and then let me know the email with it. See you tomorrow. See you, Dev. Yeah, if you did enter already and in that last giveaway, you'll be in the next one. Ideally, you're here because if not, you won't know to DM me and you won't know you won. So I'll have to pick somebody else. Ollie is the bot, not typing that. Dude, they did an update on it and I think they fucked a couple things up. I think they did. So I might have to remake it. So it's okay. Someone else won. You're good. I'll do another giveaway if you didn't get in. Well, the bot definitely works because y'all just made it work overtime with the giveaway. Some of the links might just be a little bugged because they did an update. I'll work on it tonight, figure it out. Yeah, see, some of them are just bugged. That's it. I'm here because it's better than the radio. Appreciate you, brother. Yeah, they changed it. So now they're not like you can't click the link in chat, which I don't like. I don't know why they did that. But you can always copy paste it in your browser. It just makes it, an extra step, but it's easy. All right, so we got the YM chilling. I haven't looked at any other time frame besides the 5 since we've been doing this. Like the 15-minute buy. If the hourly gets a push, this is absolutely fire. Worst case scenario, we fail to go higher, consolidate. Wouldn't be ideal. But I'd love if we could hold that prior hourly high and get that continuation. What we likely need to see is ES and NQ get some overall momentum. And once again, this is a good reason why I watched the 4 indices. We talked about it a few times already. You can see the relative strength on YM right now. That's why I keep an eye on all 4. Trade the divergence. They don't want you leaving YouTube. It's not a YouTube bot. That's the thing. It's a third party. Gold's still running. God damn. Dude, if gold keeps up this strength, I feel like a lot of people forgot what gold can do because of what we've been doing. Gold, even on this downtrend, had a few okay days to the downside, but most of it was a lot of chop. We haven't seen one of these days in a while. We haven't seen 2 back to back since February. If gold starts bringing this area back, where we start seeing these more extreme rallies, within a 2-day period, we start seeing 200, 300 point moves. There's going to be a lot of people loving that chart. And I think it can come easily. I think gold might be coming back. Mitch said he has a face for radio. That's why he's at the crack of dawn. Cole, it is. That's why I just size for it. But the nice part is, like I said, I'm in this trade with size where I could take 2, 3 losses on it and be fine. Even if it never works, I'd be all right. Funded accounts will be in a little bit of pain, but I'd be all right. I was listening on the ride to work 2 hours ago. Love it. No, that's the cool part. A lot of people just throw this on like a little podcast. Yeah, Waf, that's what I'd love to see. If we get the push on the other indices, YM should make new high of day. Caught for her, trade on gold. Looks like she still wants it. She does. Gold, I truly think gold wants it. I do. I mean, yes, the daily chart doesn't look phenomenal. There's gonna be a lot of people overly bearish in this little consolidation. It's a consolidation. We have a support, we have resistance. Massive daily support, like fucking massive. We're just ever so slightly above prior all-time highs as well. If we hold this, I think gold goes 4,900 easily. And that'd be like first broad target. I'm not saying tomorrow, but like first broad target. I would love to see gold back in the potential where it's like the indices were a few weeks ago. Every dip is just an opportunity to buy a pullback. And I think that's coming. Appreciate you, Chris. I think that's why I love to do it. I love just helping people learn. It's the same thing when I do like one-on-ones. I just love working with people and helping them learn. Kelp, that's the great thing because it's easy if you're just staring at a chart in, especially the Asia session, to be overemphasized on every single tick. If you overanalyzed YM, you could easily get out, but then you just got to remember to zoom out to the broader structures. And it just, to me, a lot of times too, I'm just talking to you guys. We're just letting the trade work. That's my entire plan with any trade I'm in. Just let it cook, whether I'm right or wrong, and see what happens. But no, it's just the nice way to do it. Especially, I have a lot of patience with this session because this session requires patience, no matter what. I mean, we saw yesterday. Yesterday, we were in an 11-point range the entire 2-hour stream. That's the cool thing too, Victoria, is it shows we all have the same core foundation from just the mastermind and trading. And we all built differently off of it to fit our personalities. But now, what are you guys trading right now? Because I know there's probably someone in every asset. Maybe not oil. Someone might be in oil though. But I feel like someone's probably in everything. Well, maybe not RTY. I know people are definitely long NQ. If you trade NQ, you're a fiend for trading NQ, and you're in it. Long NQ. See, first comment, NQ. PM, I use micros. So with that, right now, I'm in 10 micros on the YM. If we hit first target, it would be like that 49.7 area would be like $1,000, which would screw my consistency. And then if we hit second target, I'm not even going to look at what it would be at overall. Who's the commodities? I know you're out there. People are in them. Trading gold now. Hell yeah. It is all, you guys are fiends. It is all NQ and gold right now. In with YM. Hell yeah. I can tell you, YM right now is just boring. To be fair, though, I like boring trades. I do. But I like boring trades that become really volatile trades in the right direction. Trade, it's tricky. If you went from scalping to trying to hold for larger moves, it's very tricky. Because also, if you're scalping, you probably would have taken 5 trades since I was in the YM. It's just for me, I know I don't want to scalp because I don't want to be that super high intent in the market, sniping entries, sniping stops. I'd rather just be in a trade, let it do its thing for hours if it does, and not really care. Where scalping, I feel like you have to be a part of the chart the entire time you're in a trade. And you also have to have like a perfect entry. Where the way I trade, it doesn't really have to be perfect as long as your stop's in a good spot. Degens, there's degens everywhere, especially in the night stream. I don't know. I'll see some of you guys in New York stream and you'll be calm, cool, collective traders. Fucking 7 p.m. comes around and y'all just want to yeet. Y'all just want to trade soybeans. Fucking live cattle, everything. PM, I don't trade MNQ a lot during the session for New York. If I'm in New York, I'm likely just trading ES. On ES, I'm usually looking around 7 points. Trade that cattle. Is cattle a commodity? It could be mooning with the indices. Tried cattle is tricky. I feel like the volume just isn't going to be there on cattle. Vantis, it is. That's why I changed my time. When I initially started streaming, it was 6 to 8 p.m., which looking back now was just delusional because you're missing the entire Asia stream. I usually stayed to like 8:15, 8:20. The problem is that 8:20 to 8:30 area is a lot of times when Asia loves to really pop if it hasn't already. And I would end stream and then immediately catch a trade. And I did that like 5 times. And I got irritated and we just switched the times. Still holding CRM. My man, when did I get in CRM? Unless you're talking about Jake and his long-term trade. If so, if you look at the webcam, hate to break it to you, I'm not Jake. Hell yeah, Pete. Yeah, my dad grew up on Black Angus farm. I grew up doing 4-H and raising animals most of my late childhood. Basically my entire teens. Do you use level 2 market depth? I used to use Bookmap a lot. I don't as much. I want to get back into it more because it does provide some extra conviction. I was just getting hyper focused a lot on the liquidity, which can be useful. But to be honest, I just stopped paying $40 a month for it. Hell yeah, Pete. How many head you got? Because I would assume if you have 400 acres, the 11 was just an addition. Oh, okay, 23. Nice. That's a lot of land for 23. But no, I love Black Angus. Black Angus is some of the best beef you'll have. 17 dogs? Holy shit, dude. You had a kennel out? Like, do you raise them? Or you just have 17 dogs? If you have 400 acres, I'm assuming you have hounds for the most part for hunting. Probably a lab or two for some ducks. No, wife is nuts. You know? Valid. Valid. To be fair, you get, 23 cattle, she gets 17 dogs. She can still get 3 more or 6 more. She's just going to match it. Don't let her hear that, but rescue and they stay. That's how my parents are, dude. My parents had 2 cats. They now have a third because they had a stray cat outside all last summer. They bought it a heated house for outside. And then before winter even came, they brought it inside the house. And I'm pretty sure it's their neighbor's cat, but it's theirs now because the neighbors didn't really care for it. But no, we've somehow, my stepdad just brings home animals. At our shop, there was a random kitten by a mailbox for don't know why on the side of the road. And he brought it home and we just had it. No, Seymour, I don't have a swing on CRM. I think I talked about it before, but I never entered on it. Jake has shares. I haven't looked at CRM in a few days. I definitely drew CRM charts. Oh, what I was doing, I was judging out. Yep, that's exactly what I did here. I tried to pre-plan out the weekly candles when we were back down here based off the expected move or the ATR of the weekly. And I did this for like pullbacks and everything because I was looking for expirations. So I was like, oh, in 3 weeks, we could get up to here. So I was looking at probably like 220s. I don't hate this daily. If this daily wants to break, it can rip. The problem with CRM is the contracts are so overpriced. They are so fucking expensive. You named it Harbor Freight. Hell yeah. Bro, you a farmer? No, because I don't have a farm. I started working on farms when I was 13, I think. Yeah, like 13 or 14, I started working on farms. Going into eighth grade is when I moved out here to like the country area and I started working on farms. Moves hay for horses between trades. Dude, I used to bale hay and I was a psychopath. I loved it. CSC1. What the fuck is that? Are you having me look at cheese? Is is that what we're doing right now? You're having me look at cheese? You motherfucker. And the chart looks like shit, too. Brother, this chart looks fucking horrible. What do you mean this looks good? Cheese has been in a generational downtrend. Sometimes I hate you guys. Sometimes I hate you guys. I'm long cheese. What does that mean? You bought a block of provolone at the grocery store? What concerns me about this rally is only Google and Nvidia making new highs on the Mag 7 names. Yeah, a lot of them are struggling on the Mag 7. Apple's not far off. Yeah, it's not far off. The only thing that could be interesting, AXP, is if we see that rotation out of those into where the other Mag 7 start to rally, because then you can see those kind of carry the market higher as well. But also, I know what you mean by them not making all-time highs, which NVIDIA did, but then immediately slammed off of rather aggressively. But if the other names start rotating at all-time highs, especially like something like Microsoft that has just been struggling, I should have said Microsoft. This isn't going to fucking all-time highs. Microsoft got smoked. Forgot about that. I just remembered it was red. Didn't remember how red it was. Don't think Microsoft's going to all-time highs in the next few weeks. But no, I think if we start to see that rotation overall, we can kind of see it. We blasted QQQ and SPY digits. Yeah. But that's why if we do get that rotation, I think all-time highs can keep coming. The problem is, obviously, right now, the S&P and the NASDAQ are heavily rallied by very few names. Like, very fucking few when you really look at it. And if those names pop before everything else starts to get buying pressure, yeah, it could get really ugly. But I think if the other names start to get that buying pressure, that's when we can see a relief in those names that have been leading the way to kind of just lead into that rotation. Do I use EMAs? I have them on my screen. I don't really use them. It's mainly just looks at this point. I couldn't tell you a single strategy around EMAs besides the basics. I've never looked at it and be like, yeah, I'm going to ride the 9 all the way up on this. Or I'm watching the 20 cross the 9 in the 50s holding support. No. It's mainly just for looks. I didn't even know you can trade cheese, Chris. Neither did I. For some reason, all these fuckers in the chat know all of these names. There might actually be a hummus futures. Yeah, just get whatever hummus is made out of. I don't know why I can't remember it right now. Now that's a slice. I hate you. Ollie, I hate you. Well, I'm going to the grocery store now to buy cheese. Could be a long-term investment. Buy a wheel of cheese, a little wheel of parm. Yeah, Mitch, we were looking at cheese futures. I'm long Gateway Computers. Anything computers, Mitch is probably long. I need ES to retest previous day's high to make a wick in run. It just retested previous day's high on that 5-minute candle. So congratulations, you got it. AXP, when's that drop? When is the single stock futures? Because I believe that's summer, right? I can see that as well. Because if those rip, but also Joe, you didn't win. Sorry, brother. If those rip, like you're, especially when they drop, there's going to be so many more assets to trade. Like you're telling me I could long Tesla at 8 p.m. on futures. Ventus, I'm definitely not looking at buy and sell setups on the 1 minute on Asia session. I can tell you that for the most part. I primarily want to look at the 5, make sure there's some type of structure set up there. If we set a failure to go lower on the 5 with a higher low and trigger back above this recent high, I think we can go up. It's easy. When BlackBerry catches a bid, I'm skeptical of anything. Valid. Big Austin, I don't trust you. I'm pretty sure was it you that made me look at cheese? Yeah, you made me look at cheese. I'm not looking at OJ. OBS disconnected. Am I still good? Am I still here? Y'all hear me? All right, bet. Austin, was it also you that said golden orange juice had a correlation? Because if so, I should have never even looked at cheese. I shouldn't trust you at all after that one. Whoever said it is smart. No, the fuck they're not. No, they're not. We proved that horribly wrong, and that professor needs fired immediately. It was probably years ago at some university. He still needs fired. Because I don't know what he was teaching, but it wasn't it. Big timeout. Piggy, are you newer to trading? And I'm not judging, just genuine ask. Just based off your question. Yeah, perfect. So as we're looking at it, what's a range when there's no trend? Is there really a real trend here? Not really. Why? Because we can still set a lower high structurally, right? We look at this, down, kind of up. Hasn't really gone far off of that yet. Where I would say it's now trending, possibly moving, is if we do get this pullback, start to set this, and rally back over this high here. We get back over that, that's when I think we can go back up and we see more of a range or more of a trend. Big difference between overall knowing range and trend. Obviously, this is a smaller time frame trend. Go to something like the 15-minute or the hourly. You can see we're kind of range bound. Something for a good example that's not range bound. The chat's been yeeting it all day. Probably want me to yeet it as well, but I haven't. Gold. Look at gold. This is trending, right? Pretty simple. Higher lows, higher highs, lower lows, lower highs, trend. Anything in between? No. Big Austin is more of a spiritual advisor. Big Austin, we're at the point where the trust was broken and you got to build it back. So like if I look at these and they don't have correlation, it's getting farther apart. You know, we're getting from getting to know each other to long distance here. And that's just not where we want to be. Trust me. Is S&P a stock? Because the problem is I don't have to actively execute, so I'm going to look at dumb shit. And I already know I'm going to. I'm not looking at OJ just for the precipice of it. I'm not doing it. It's 4:30 a.m. here. What a sleep. Cole, where are you at? Over in Europe? Got to be Europe. S&P is futures. S&P is ES to him. Fine. See, she trades micros. You got to Google that and then send me the ticker. Because I can't just type in pineapple. What was, for a second, I thought that was it. Wait. Southern yellow pine. Is this trees? Is this pine trees? Southern yellow pine. Can we long trees? Dude, I'm just even though I'm not trading these, like I'm just learning new futures. This shit's awesome. Am I gonna trade whatever this is? No, but I'm gonna look at it. Big Austin. Is this what you wanted me to look at? Skim milk powder futures. Is this the S&P you wanted? So I fucking hate you, dude. I truly do. There ain't no way. Like, is anyone else just learning all of this? There's a skim milk futures. Now I just want to see what all is there. Because this is getting out of hand. This is truly just getting out of hand. Who the hell is investing in skim milk and why? I have questions. I have concerns. Skim milk's at all-time lows. This is why I drink whole milk, you know? All night looking at food. Dude, I might. See, if you think about it, like right now, what if you can look up, obviously there's corn futures. Does corn futures go up because of Cinco de Mayo? A lot of corn tortillas, a lot of corn's going to be used. I got a lot of questions. And I don't think I have the answers for it. I don't think I'm ready for the answers. The problem is we started into this futures rabbit hole on stream. And I'm going to take full accountability for this. I let us get into this rabbit hole and I don't know if it's going to stop. And it's a problem. Because we're looking at futures that we never even knew existed. Because the chart, YM obviously, it's green. It's not going insane. Like it's not ripping right now. But we're learning together. And also, like, we're just in a rabbit hole that I don't know if we can get back out of at this point. I truly don't. I think Big Austin is fucking playing 4D chess, dude. And he quit replying too. Is there a rare? I feel like there would be a uranium futures. I mean, you can just, if there's a uranium stocks, which is what you, right? Yeah. If you can trade uranium stocks, I'm sure you can trade uranium futures. That one wouldn't shock me at all. There's probably uranium futures, diamond futures. I guarantee it. That would be like, yeah, I expected it. I didn't expect skim milk to have futures. Because what the fuck? Green is good. Yeah, but I'll do the same exact conversations while we're red. Because you guys know I don't care if the trade goes lower. Like obviously I want it to win, but it's not going to impact me in any way if I get stopped. No, Johnny, because here's the thing. We're now in this together. And that's why I said it's my fault that I brought us into this rabbit hole. And why I truly don't think we're going to get out of it. I don't. Now some of you are Googling what futures there are. And then you're going to put them in the chat. And then I'm going to look at them and we're going to figure out more stuff together. But I don't think there's a possible way we can come back from this rabbit hole. Because no matter what, every stream, it's going to keep getting brought up. Like we're stuck. Big Austin. The problem now is I want to look at every single ticker you're mentioning to see what it is. I don't believe that you're actually in them. I don't. I truly don't. But I want to look. And I really hate that. Because now, like, it's gonna just be in the back of my head. What is HE1? What is CB1? And I gotta do it. You found the little like tick in my brain and you keep scratching it and you ain't stopping. 87 Ford hubcap futures. All right. Oh, HE. I know lean hogs. Yeah, we've looked at lean hogs. That's not crazy. We knew about that one for a while. I don't believe you're in lean hogs, but it's there. At some point, we have to trade cough. We don't have to. M Null. Azang trades every single day. He's streaming 1 a.m. Eastern. So you got 3 hours. What's the other one? I know lean hogs. CB. Butter's at generational lows. Generational lows on butter. Also, what the COVID rally? Butter rallied 300% post COVID. I mean, it makes sense because everything was shut down. But we are at generational pullbacks on butter. I truly somehow the viewers are going up as I'm looking at these names. I don't get it. You don't get it. None of us understand it, but we're just going to ride with it. At some point, though, we're going to do another TPT giveaway. Those of you that live through this deserve the giveaway. You do. I truly mean it from my heart. You deserve to be entered, and you deserve a shot to win. Yeah, XP, I think we can easily blow off the top. I'm glad YM didn't pull back as much as it did. Could I have waited on the entry? 100%. I still would take that entry again without a question. I even though we held the stop, still would have been happier with a wider stop, but I'm cool with where we are. What's your profit target on YM? I'm interested in taking profit at 49,700, but like main dream world is going to be 50,000, which is nuts. It is. I know. I agree with it. Gael, what 15-minute trigger? This one? And you got it off here? I mean, it's a little scalp, is what it is. Yeah, well, couldn't find it. Might be. 15 ticks isn't bad. I mean, it's a little scalp. I just don't have much to say on that because my stop loss is literally over 3 times that. So it's like a completely different world to me. Trim the stop loss to the swing low. Are you telling me to move my stop loss? Because if so, no, I don't want to. I'm leaving it right where the fuck it is. Joe, love it. And that's exactly why I say don't blindly take my trades. Don't. Find a setup you like with it. If you don't like it, don't take it. Simple. Peptides are really crushing butter. Do peptides have a negative correlation to butter? Moke. There ain't no fucking way. That would be the most oddball futures we've ever seen. Please don't end the stream. I'm going to buy coffee. How long are you going to be back? How do these weather futures? I don't know. Unless you guys give me a ticker, I can't look at it. Big Austin, that doesn't shock me. I'm surprised farmers don't. Because in theory, if farmers want to, they just stop selling a certain product, let the demand build up, and then unload everything while futures are high. That's what I would do. Shit, that's what the US did with oil. If you think about it, we stockpiled oil insanely before the war, filled the stockpiles. Second war broke out, oil ripped to 115. What did we do? Emptied it. Sold every fucking thing we had. Not all of it, but most of it. What about profit in ES? Brother, I'm not going to tell you where to trim. I'm going to check something real quick though. Yeah, with ES, I mean, if we break all-time highs, target where you want to target. I'm not going to give you levels at all-time highs because I would just push out psychological numbers, probably in increments of 25 or 50, and name those. This thing can rip. If it wants to rip, it'll rip. To me, I just, at all-time highs, I don't have a finite target for it. So at that point, I'm not going to drop a finite target because it's just a lose-lose for me. Let's say you start trimming and it keeps ripping. Then you're like, damn it, you gave me that and I trimmed. I really don't have a target for ES. So if we're at all-time highs, I usually just trim psychological levels. So like me, 3250 would be like a really broad target. By 10 p.m. Oh, brother, if you think I'm not staying on for 10 more minutes, my stop loss is 470. So yeah, right below 480. See, gasoline futures make sense. Now, how well does this correlate with oil, though? It should be almost identical, right? No, gas is actually stronger than oil. Interesting. Figured it'd be the opposite. See, that'd be smart. Like if we know we're getting in hard times where oil's going to rip, you just long oil, long gas enough to fill up your tank, and you don't have to worry about the prices going up. Greatest part about trading. If you spend too much at Amazon, long Amazon, make some money on Amazon, spend it on Amazon. It's like free stuff that you buy. Ventus, us stockpiling oil while we're stockpiling it, if you think about the basics of supply and demand, the demand would be increasing. As long as the supply is still there, the price isn't really going to skyrocket too much because we're obviously going to buy oil when it's low. But the number one thing is once we went to war, the strait got closed. A mass majority of the world's oil, not a mass majority, but enough of the world's oil got held up in the strait. Well, we happened to have a shitload of oil. We ramped up production exponentially and we started dumping oil. We just played the physics of supply and demand, except the problem is we knew when the demand was going to come because we started the goddamn war. That's also the thing. When people talk about like market manipulation, yeah, it's going to be fucking manipulated. The US sold a mass majority of oil after we started a war because we knew oil was going to go up. That's how shit works. But no, the only problem is when that would impact the citizens is if we didn't refill the oil in time and the overall supply just drastically dwindled. Like if the strait stayed closed long enough, there would have been a massive problem in oil. If it opens, I don't think the fallout will be as hard as I initially anticipated with the overall market. But also, what the hell do I know? I'm just a dude streaming on YouTube. Yeah, Leo's, whatever. I probably messing that up. My main goal, if I can hold this, I'll hold it. What I usually do is wake up, obviously, before the market open and look to see if I can trim it, depending on where the stock is. If I wake up tomorrow and YM's up around 50,000, I'm 100% trimming. I'll probably trim anyway before New York Open because what New York Open's volatile as shit. So for me, yeah. But no, my dream with trades is to be able to enter, see this go green, set a stop loss to where I don't have to worry about it at all, and just sleep like a baby. I would like to trim some before I go to bed, but that could quite literally be 2 o'clock in the morning. That's why it's always important for y'all to have a plan. Because if I'm still in this trade, I'm not going to be here to say I'm trimming. And the second the stream ends, y'all got to know how to execute upon your plan. What is happening with gold? A lot of people are buying. A lot of people are buying. We basically hit 46.40s. So if anyone held to there, G fucking G's, my friends. We should be up over like 1R here, right? If my eyes don't deceive me. 20. Stop. Yeah, right about 1R. Welcome back, Jake. Welcome back, Jake. You still planning to trim around 49.7s? Yeah. If we get there, I'll probably take some off. Because like I said, I am in this trade on funded accounts with consistency rules. Even if we get to 49.7, I am quite literally like bending myself over with the consistency rule. And I'm okay with it. Just means I got to trade the account longer. Because to be honest, the consistency rules matter. But for me, if I end up getting a nice winning trade and build a huge buffer, I'm happy. Because then I really don't have to worry about blowing it at all. Too back at the right time. Welcome back, Mitch. This is a brutal session for NQ. It was up 150, then tried shorting again, literally at the bottom, just squeezed up, but then managed to get out. I'm only up $50, almost blew up. Melty, take a break. Hop off, brother. No reason to keep trading. Especially, I mean, if you tried to short at the lows, I see what you were looking at, but structurally, we're still stronger. Like I said earlier, I wouldn't short, but at the same time, short worked out on that, on NQ. People caught it. People in here caught it. Beautiful. But overall, yeah, if you're on the edge of blowing up, run. Get the hell away from charts. The number one goal with trading, at least for me, survive till tomorrow. And that includes with blowing up. Even if you don't trade, if you survive till tomorrow, you'll be able to trade. Big Austin, I had us looking at charts. Me. Okay. All right. Taking a break. Beautiful, brother. Yeah, because I know you just got a payout too. Enjoy that payout. No, don't blow up. Because usually the day after payouts are when a lot of people blow up. The day before and the day after. Because you kind of chase that dopamine. I can't talk. But no, Vantis has a good point too. Because you only get lucky so many times. And it doesn't even necessarily have to be about luck. But let's say you shorted just blindly because you were tilting and it worked. Like, let's say you tried to short here for some reason. This rally happened and then you shorted here and it worked. And you didn't really have a trade plan there. Yes, it worked. Yes, you're green, but is it a good trade? Is it actually something you built a valid trade plan on? Or did you end up, quote unquote, just getting lucky and you're enforcing bad habits? When you enforce bad habits is when you're going to continue to blow up. You've been talking for 3 hours. I usually know to end stream when my voice starts to get scratchy. Because I went from barely talking to talking 2 to 3 hours a day when I started streaming. And yeah. "2026 will make or break you." I think that part definitely happened in the beginning of the year. And the good thing is the people that were on the original office hours with me and also the initial streams was up in this area. I called out that we were going to consolidate for a few months, and we did. And if you survive this, you should be fine. I will say one of the dumbest takes I ever heard in trading, and I've talked about a few dumb takes I've heard lately. Talked about a lot yesterday. Is someone said if you were profitable in February, your strategy doesn't work. No, no, just say you were red in February and move on. Because that's one of the dumbest takes I've ever heard in the world. They said the same thing about like March. If you were profitable in this time, your strategy won't work. And just tell us you don't know how to trade range and you don't know how to trade unless the market goes straight up. That's all you're really saying. You're just trying to blame others. No, Louise, I can't do live during London session. Mr. Alan Zhang is live during that session. He goes live in 3 hours at 1 a.m. Eastern. We have different traders for every single session right now. And to be honest, at some point, I feel like Jake's going to bring on more. He wants all hours. Man's crazy, which we could easily do. Just got to find the people to fill it. But no, this is the only session I trade live. Do I trade the session? Yes, I trade London at times. Not every day. Last night I went to bed at like 1:30, early night. Low Melty, I'll say if you're up $50 after a tilt, come back tomorrow. Come back tomorrow. Live another day, brother. I'll see you on tomorrow's stream. If I have to, I'll time you out for 5 hours. That way you just can't be here. See, Gael, you saying give me lunch hours, I'll call the top. Immediately can't. It's the most Michigan thing you'd say. You're trying to call a top in a bull market. Can't do it. Immediately puts your application right to the bottom of the list. What up, WAP? You guys should give to student. Sarah, what do you mean we should give to student? Everyone that survived after y'all's session will blow up on that 1 hour. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what you're trying to say. I really don't. 1 hour of that 24-hour live? Well, if we're live for 23 hours a day, someone's gonna take a loss. It's guaranteed. I take losses. I took losses 2 days ago. Shit, I took a dumb loss yesterday. Was it? I mean, it was a really, really small loss, but you should write that up. Plus, also, when you say IH, you guys should give to student, that hurt my brain a little bit, to be honest. I'm just so used to winning. No, you're not, Gael. No, you're not. You're not used to winning. When's the last time you guys had like a valid winning record? Let's see. Standings. Yeah, I mean, even last year wasn't that impressive. I mean, USC placed higher than you in the conference. That's brutal. Now, learn future. I don't think it was negative energy. I think it was just not understanding what she was saying. Gael, this is the thing about Michigan. They'll bring up the past over and over and over and over and over because they live in the past. We know we're the present and the future. I mean, there's a few teams who had people in the top 10 or top 11 picks of the NFL draft. Same people every year. Michigan wasn't one of them, and there was one team that had 4 people in it, and that was Ohio State. All the top receivers in the NFL are pretty much, at least the majority of them are from Ohio State. I don't know many that are like all stars from Michigan. So, for me, anytime I get confident trading, the next day I get humbled. Always. Always. Gael, you listed 2. For this argument, you might want to go on. We had more than that just in the top 11 of the draft, brother. You're going to need to go on a lot farther for it to even be part of a conversation. Gael, I'm doing it. Just saying. Pulled up Claude, pulled up some AI. Rest of the chat probably doesn't care. I'm ending it. You had some good time in 2000s. You did. But then 2010s, 2020s smoked you. You had 2 good years there. Not too or 3 good years there, not too bad. All-time series Ohio State leads Michigan. That's it. That's it. Conversation over. GG's. You had a few good years. Maybe in a couple decades you'll get a few more. Oh, I know it's love, brother. Trust me, you'll know if it's hate. I just had to put the last little nail in the coffin there for you. Go Irish. I mean, Irish isn't bad. They kind of suck, but they're not bad. Watch them take QQQ to 700 tomorrow. What's QQQ even at? Jesus Christ. QQQ to 700? I mean, it's not crazy, but it's also crazy. That would definitely be a blow off the top. All right, what are we doing on the 15? Little spike over session highs. What I don't love is NQ and ES here. I don't. I don't mind this little hourly consolidation. 4-hour close, phenomenal. So if we get more of a consolidation or pullback, is what it is. I love this 4-hour close. It's over the level I want it over. I'm holding. The other indices might pull back a little bit though. So it's fully going to depend on those. $12 pump, $40 drop. AXP, I'm waiting for that day. And I know Mitch is too. Mitch is seething over the day. We get a massive gap or a massive rally that just drops the bottom out. Longhorns, eh? The only problem about the Longhorns is y'all had the Arch Manning hype. It didn't go so hot when Quinn Ewers left. Y'all better hope he does something this year. Y'all really better hope he does something. God, I can't wait till football season. I love how while we're arguing about college football, people are now arguing about soccer in the chat. He did. He got overly screwed with the hype. Agreed. David, I think the same about Shadur Sanders. I do. People were saying what he should have been first round, blah, blah, blah. Everyone has their opinions. I think he went where he should have in the draft based on how he played. I think all of his fan base, kind of delusional, kind of. Now, mind you, I'm a Shadur fan. He's He's on Cleveland, right? He's currently possibly our starting quarterback. I just think too many people were overhyping him, giving a really, really strong thesis of what he should have done this season. And I think he matched the expectations of a 5th round draft pick. I think he was a great pick at the 5th round when we got him. 1,000%. He's a good player, no doubt. But most people think because I was at the game when he started. When he finally got his reps, I was live at the game. And he fucking shit the bed. But I expect it. It's a 5th round draft pick from Colorado. I don't expect him to come out and be Peyton Manning, right? And it's just, I think he needs time. I think one of the dumber things we could have done was started him immediately and dropped Joe Flacco. And yeah, if you don't like listening to NFL, you can mute, whatever. Or just tune it out. I think we should have kept Joe Flacco, left him starting, even if we tanked our season, no matter what. Let him learn under an actual elite quarterback that has a lot of knowledge and let him grow instead of just throwing him into the gauntlet and seeing what he did. Because that game, he threw like 3 picks. Do I think he needs the reps? Yes. But I also think he needs time to learn. I think he has a lot of potential. It's just not there yet. He needs to grow into it. Can't believe they retired his number in Boulder. TMO. When your dad's the coach. I mean, I think he's also hyped a lot because of his dad's name, right? If he wasn't a Sanders, he wouldn't get the hype he got, which is what it is. I'm still arguing about soccer. You can either be Manziel or Manning. Yep. Pretty much. The problem is, if you go to the Browns, you're doomed. I mean, look at Baker. Baker was a shit show at the Browns. And I'm a huge Baker fan. We got rid of him, one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL, hands down. And I will argue that day in and day out. Not saying all time, but in the current NFL. Yeah, if you like soccer more than football, feel free to join in the chat because they're arguing about soccer. Ravens, the ballers this year. It's finally Lamar's Lombardi. I don't necessarily. Are the Ravens elite? Yes. But when they're not playing at an elite level, they play like the Browns. 1,000%. If Derrick Henry has another year like he did this year or last year, he ain't going anywhere at all. The Ravens ain't doing shit. Gamma, you know what's crazy? I used to be a Steelers fan because I grew up in Pittsburgh in 2007 when they won the Super Bowl. But I've lived out here 16 years. It grows on you. Mahomes is coming back. Yeah, I mean, Mahomes is the problem I have with the Chiefs, and I know a lot of people hate the Chiefs, and I'll talk NFL all day. I do not care. You guys make me excited for NFL season. The chart's not moving anywhere, so I'm gonna talk. But it's also seeing the other delusional fans in here. The thing with the Chiefs is they're very high football IQ play. They're not going to win games by 4 touchdowns. They're not going to blow out the other team. They're going to win by 1 score. 100%. That's how they play. And there's nothing wrong with that. Cole, here we call that soccer. Because football is the sport that we have where your foot rarely touches the ball. This is like listening to another language. Welcome to the guys chat, Victoria. I will warn you right now, this is probably what a lot of the season will be like. And I'm not going to lie. We'll make parlays during football season. I don't care. We'll have some fun. We've been watching the World Cup. I'm going to be honest. I don't know enough about soccer. I don't. Same with basketball. I don't know enough about basketball. I've been to basketball games. I've been to Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse in not the owner suite, but I met like the CMO, COO, and all that of Rocket Mortgage at the game, which was sick. You kick a ball in the net, bro. Sir, I'm talking about football. I'm saying like our football. What up, Alan? How you doing, brother? Big Austin. What fucking chart are you about to have me look at now? What chart are we about to look at? Alan, me and my chat are so far in a futures rabbit hole and we can't get out of it. The futures we've found out lately that you can trade that we've looked at, and we keep going farther and farther. And it's also trade WAP. The King of Asia is criminal. I know Alan's a goat, but on my stream, you couldn't wait till his stream to say it. You got to say it on my stream. The disrespect. And we even gave you an account today. Yeah, right, Alan? Way too far. But no, Alan, we found out there's cheese futures, there's skim milk futures. What is the one that Austin just said? I'm going to look it up. Where'd he go? Where does message go? Where is he at? AHM. I know it's probably something crazy. AHM. Ain't no fucking way you have me looking at a Michigan futures. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Also, Joe, I'm no longer replying to your DMs after that. Never. Nope. Cut off. Cut off. Yeah, no, that makes sense because we probably got it from rugby. We long Parmesan. I would long some Parmesan. Dude, I love Parmesan. I buy blocks of Parmesan and use it as like a protein bar. Are we? We're shorting Michigan. Hang on. Let me find out that ticker. AHM. If we're shorting it, I might, DJ Hours might come on, might rip it. What? Shit, Michigan can't even load their own chart data. What am I supposed to do? Can't do anything right. Unfortunate. The disrespect is because you called football soccer. Well, you see, Cole, if I call football football and I also call football football, then how are you going to know what football I'm talking about when I talk about football? You know? Does that make sense? No, nope. It's called football. You want me to refer to them as American football versus real football? No. Futures chart doesn't have data the last couple of years because we want people to think we suck. I would short Ohio futures just that way people stay out of Ohio. Joe. No, Alan is a king. Alan, I mean, when you go to Alan streams, Alan's a legend. And I will say that fully. Alan is an absolute legend. Technically, if we're bringing like if we're bringing report like receipts, Alan could be the king of futures just based off of like because he mainly trades futures and how he did last year. Alan, it's okay. I took 2 losses the day before. It happens. We're vibing. Alan's stream is in 3 hours, 2 hours and 45 minutes. All right, chat. What we're going to do though, we ran a giveaway when Jake popped in chat. We're going to run one because Alan popped in chat. I didn't look at the likes, didn't look at anything. We're just running it because Alan's in stream. Because why not? ALAN. Can you show Alan how to use the giveaway bot? Amnol. I will say one thing. I recorded 2 separate videos for the giveaway bot and put them in stream chat. And nobody fucking watched them. So I can't do anything more. I can put it back in chat, but it was in chat. Exactly how to use it was in chat. And I'm the only one that knows how to use it. I think Mitch watched it though, because I think he added a command in there. For the stream, I promise. Yeah, yep. See, they all know it's in there, but no one wants to watch the 60-second fucking video. How do I enter? Brian, you've been here before. You've been here many times. Have you never entered a giveaway? Anyways, when the chat or when the bot comments in chat, all you are going to do, and I'm pulling up a timer. All right, I'll let you guys decide. I'm going to do what a majority of chat says. Do I start a new poll or do I leave the old poll in? Do I just leave all the other entries in? Or do we start a whole new one? So far, it's leaning one way. All right, y'all just hate everyone who left stream. Got it. Noted. Y'all are saying, fuck them. Y'all want your own? Okay. All right. All right. I see it. There was one person that said old. So what we'll do, trade WAP on the last one. You guys are going to get 5 minutes. I'm going to type this out first. God damn, yeah, you guys all 1 minute end. Let's go. I can't do 1 minute because for some reason, people still don't even get in the giveaway after 5 minutes. They don't. I don't know how. Don't know how at all. So what we're going to do is to enter the giveaway. Oh. This is what you're going to do. Once the bot replies in the chat, if you're new here, you're going to type this in chat. The bot will reply. And then you get entered. Okay? Easy, simple, simple. Don't miss out. If you do, I don't know what to tell you, right? What we're giving away is a 50K TPT account. It is an eval. So, Alan, see you later, brother. What I'm going to do is we're going to run it. Y'all are going to get 5 minutes. 5 minutes. See you later, Alan. Love you, brother. Good luck tonight. I'll probably be on the early part of your stream. Y'all get 5 minutes. Type enter or exclamation point enter in the chat. Once you've done that, it's a requirement that you, first off, like the stream. Because I feel like we could easily get to 250. I've been streaming for 3 hours. If y'all want to support that, like the stream. You can even hit the little hearts in the chat if you want. Show some love. Sub to the channel. It doesn't cost anything. Type enter. Sub to the channel. Like the stream. Why isn't the bot replying to everybody? It replied to a bunch. It's about to spam the chat. Yeah, there it goes. So what I'm going to do, though, is you guys have 4 minutes left. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick because it's been 3 hours. 3.5. It's been 3.5 fucking hours. Am I streaming for 4 hours today? It's been 3.5. Fuck. I got to quit working this much overtime. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick. You guys just keep typing enter. If you get a reply, you're in. There's currently 89 people in. I'll be back. Did y'all enter the giveaway? You guys done entering yet? People are still entering. This is why we got to do 5 minutes. We are 3 minutes in, and y'all are still entering. Cam should be up. Yep, we're good. I don't think it'll let me. Ryan, type it again. It should let you, brother. You should receive a response from the bot at some point. Worst case, type it again. You should be in. I start the giveaway. Chat jumps by 20 people. You fiends. There's 113 of you guys in there. It should put you in. Hell yeah, Victoria. Maybe next time I got to break out the suit jacket again for green trades. Actually, I'm pretty sure that last time actually, no, when you bore that, we hit oil. Yeah, Ryan, just try to type it again. I also love that if you guys do subscribe, your name pops up above mine on the stream, which is sick. Most people don't really notice that. This bot does not like me. It should put you guys in. It should. Who said that? Carlos Davis. Carlos, you're already in, brother. I just checked. You're already in. Can you check my guys? I can't check. I can't check everybody's. You can only enter once. I can't check everybody's because that's a lot of names to go through. Yeah, even if you don't see a reply, you're likely in. Lesko and Ryan Williams, you guys are both in. Not checking anymore. I'm done. If you're likely AXP, you're probably in. I already know you. I saw you in yesterday's. You're probably in it. See, Ryan, you didn't wait. I already said you're in. I said it. Yep. You're too early. Shot the gun early. Got caught. 4K. Am I in, Connor? No, I deleted yours. Real football is American football. Let's go. Just trying to win, trying to suck up. Win or lose, you holding YM overnight? Yep, probably. Unless it pulls back and stops me out. Then no. Joe. Come on out, 3X. Come on out. Oil looks weaker, so I like it. Have you ever tried tahini on a baked potato? See, David, that could work, except we don't want fake. We don't want fake fans. We don't. We want diehard fans. If I win, I'm shorting cattle. Gamma. That might be enough to get you to win. Might be enough. I'm gonna close it because I let you guys go for 6 minutes and 30 seconds. Whoever got it in the last minute 30, congratulations, you got lucky. But we're done. Soul Shift. I know you've been talking in the chat. I know you've been talking. If I win, I'm taking a payout from only trading soybeans. God, I hope one of you guys win one of mine. I do. I wish I could just give you an account for that. Soul. Hell yeah, brother. Congrats. Also, no need to type anymore, guys. It's over. There's my IG. If you have me on Discord or you're in the Discord, shoot me a DM there. If not, shoot me a message on Instagram. I'll just have to get you to sign up an account. And then I'll get your email. Your bot feels like the Browns. All right, bitch. All right. I don't think that was necessary. See, we end the giveaway and Dow starts to pull back a little bit. We could still see some resistance in this area. I'm still open to this trade getting stopped, even though we were up like 1R. To be honest, I'm not interested in 1R on this. We'll see. Necessary, Emily. Yeah, I'm deaf coming. Bring it. Oh no, I get shots fired all day. See, Jake gets people like actually hating him. I just get people trolling me the whole time. And I'll take it any day of the week. Any day. What do we have likes wise? 250. Hell yeah, guys. Appreciate the support. One thing I will say, if you guys are interested in learning how we trade, I'm going to do a cheeky plug. I'm going to do it. You got to listen or you can leave, either or. But we do have the Discord. You get the entire mastermind. It's a delusional price. It's $99 a month. It's literally cheaper than the accounts that I just gave away. Cheaper. Crazy. But there's a lot of people in here that'll vouch for the Discord no matter what. There's a reason behind it. It's what every single one of us on stream based the original thing off of. Yeah, what you're going to do is that Discord link, it's not going to let you click the link because for some reason the bot broke. And if it doesn't, I'll just send the link. Never mind. The bot is broken. Hang on. I'm getting the link. If I'm doing a cheeky plug, I'm getting the link. Cheese broke the... Dude, I think it did. They did some stupid update with the bot, and I don't know what it is. But all you do, click that link, use code STREAM at checkout, and it get... Damn it, typed it wrong. And it gets you the discount. Gets you 50% off, so it's 99 bucks. You get the entire mastermind. Yes, the entire mastermind. Every single bonus lesson, which includes like 400 or 500 trade reviews. It is fucking nuts. You get the entire Discord where most of the streamers actually post their trades, even throughout the day. Especially Jake, Alan, Mitch. They'll all post trades and theses throughout the entire day. As well as myself. I don't do it as often, though. I don't. It's honest. I don't. You also get the psychology bot. You get to become a part of the community. Obviously, this is a community. I fucking love y'all. And then there is the levels indicator as well. Terrible pitch because I forgot half of it. I've been streaming for 4 hours. Cut me some slack. Soul, did you hit me up on Instagram? All right, so what I'll do, send me one more message, just that way I have a notification. And after the stream, which will probably end soon, I'll send you the link to sign up. Actually, what I can do is, because the bot's barely working. Do you have a TPT account? If not, go to this link, create an account, and then DM me the email that you used to create an account. All you need to do is give me that email, and then we'll give it to TPT, and they give you the account. It'll take a day or two because we're going to send all 10 giveaways from today in at the exact same time. Trade, do you have an account? Trade, I just read your message. I'm glad you won. Well, if you do have an account, I just sent you the link, but you don't need it. Send me your eval. Brian, throughout the day we did 10. Jake did 4. Christian did 2. I did 2. Alan, I believe, is doing 2 as well. So if you're on stream in 2.5 hours for Alan's, you have a chance to win 2 more. See, Brian, this is the thing though. You could say that with Jake giving away the accounts on stream. Jake gave away like 700 accounts before he moved to Puerto Rico. And if you've been in the Discord, you've seen. He's no joke giving away probably at least 700 accounts. We don't short this market. Anyone short on ES? I'm currently not looking to short on ES. Not at all. Yep, trade. Send me the email that is linked with your TPT account. That's all you have to do. Oh no, Brian, Jake did a post on Instagram that he was giving away 1,000 accounts. And I showed this on stream. Jake knows I showed it on stream because he told me to say it. With the alpha futures alone, just alpha futures, I think last week on stream, we hit the 275th account that he's given away with alpha futures. So do the math. And that is him buying the accounts. The man has no reason to do that, and he's doing it for everybody. It is crazy. And that's not including Tradeify, Lucid, E8, that is Alpha Futures, TPT, all of them. He's generous as hell. He's insanely generous. That's why I do my cheeky plugs. If you want to help support it, people will always bitch. Always. We could give away 10,000 accounts. The one person who doesn't win will bitch. Someone will win and then probably bitch later. It's just the world we live in. People love to complain. But no, that's why I do my plugs. If you want to help support the stream, help Jake give away more accounts, use code RAKE, code RT at most prop firms. It helps us a lot more than you know. And we appreciate you. For now, though, I'm still on stream. No matter what, hard cut off at 11. Hard cut off. I shouldn't even be streaming 4 hours. That's delusional. Absolutely delusional. But we're probably going to do it. Because we're already almost there. So why not? Hey, Connor. Connor, eventually you'll win. Eventually. If I quit deleting your name, you might win on my stream. Brian, I love hearing that too. Ryan, that's the thing. If it's part of your playbook, trade it. There's people that want to short the market right now. It could have worked. I said I wasn't interested in shorts up here. It worked, right? Just because I don't want to do something and other people in the chat don't want to do something doesn't mean it doesn't fit your strategy. YM could end up breaking back lower. It's possible. Possible we still take a stop. Because if this hourly does pull back, I'm not worried about the YM as much as I am the NQ. This NQ chart on the hourly, if you just look at these last 3 candles, that looks like shit. But we still have the opening defending it. As long as we hold the open, structure should be fine. I'm going to botch this name. Kamyab? Probably one of them, maybe. First one or second one, or none of the above. But no, agreed. People don't realize the value you get in these streams. Like you don't have to join the Discord. You don't have to learn the mastermind. Nothing. You can just fully look at and listen to what we talk about on streams, and you can learn basically all you need to know. Kamyab, think that's it. Where did we dip probably the next hour before the 12:15 a.m. rip? Could. 100% could. I could still get stopped out easily. Is Alan in the Discord? He is. Alan has his own channel. Alan actually posts trades all the time in the Discord. Outside of his trading session. That was actually before his trading session too. So he gave that trade live before he even got on stream. Mitch has a channel as well. Mitch posts every single day, his entire thesis. It usually nails to the T. Jake has a channel. We have other mods as well that have channels. Just in the Rake Trades group, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people that post analysis. Brian, Mitch, right now, he's early. He's Tuesday, Thursday, 6 a.m. Eastern. It's really early. Worst case, though, Mitch was also on Saturday's stream. So you got to keep out for him. He'll pop up on other streams. Flatter on the skim milk powder channel. Austin, I don't know if I can trust it. I don't know. I don't know if we can bring you in. Be entertaining for sure. Be entertaining for sure. Mitch is the gamma guy. Oh, Ollie, now it wants to work. It didn't work for me. But now, if you want to join Discord, copy and paste that link. Or I'll just post the link. I'll do another short, cheeky plug so you can click on it. If you want to join the Discord, you just click on this link. Put code STREAM in. You get 50% off, and you learn everything. You get the entire community. Yeah, Mitch is the gamma guy. Tons of room. What else did you say? Yeah, Ryan, I'm beyond happy with where the stop is. To be honest, I'd be okay even if it was at like 50. My main thesis, and those of you that are just hopping on, why is my stop where it is? I'll break it down a little bit. We have yesterday's high right here at 477. In case we test it, that's why I have it there. I'd be okay giving it more room just because we can easily spike through it if we test it, right? It's possible, especially if NQ and ES get a little more bearish. But why is it there? If we break back below this, what are we doing on the daily? This immediately tells us we spiked today's highs and we're pushing back below. If we push back below, I don't want to be in this trade until we somehow get back above. And same thing with the other indices. The other indices are drastically weaker. Why do I think NQ shorts could be valid? Could. Big could, not should. Could. It could be a should based off your thesis, just not mine. But if we lose the open, we have yesterday's high right there as well. If we break below that, look at this rally. What we would then have is a massive upper wick on the daily chart, breaking back below, daily fail to go higher. That could easily push back lower. That's where it could get more bearish. For me, that's why I'd rather hold it for YM thesis, give us a little strength. But if that does lose it, ES is already fighting its today's highs as well. So is RTY. If those three start to lose it, I would fully anticipate this stop to hit. And if we lose that, if we lose the high on all four, could see some lower. Could. That's the thing, Victoria. A lot of people see Mitch as like gamma, but he's not. Everything he derives a lot off of gamma, but the way he trades SPX in correlation to the gamma plus the spreads, like he trades spreads on XSP, right? XSP, XPS, one or the other as well. Crushes spreads on there, crushes flies on there. The man, he just crushes. And then he trades futures as well. Nas crack hit 28,380. If it breaks to the upside, it can hit that, but it needs to break to the upside. Yeah, Ryan, we have the exact same thesis. We're just on different sides of it, which is cool. So we'll just see how it plays out. Victoria, I was glued to his stream on Saturday. Glued to it. Yep. Wait, Ryan, it's 60 stocks? I thought it was just like the Mag 7. I thought it was a lot less. The one thing I will say is it's 5 traders. There's 5 of us. Can't leave Mr. Mitch out. Because you have Mitch, Jake, Christian, Alan, and me. What's your prediction of where NQ might go? Just gave it, brother. Not even 60 seconds ago. To me, I would just pay attention to yesterday's highs, how we react to that. I also want to throw an appreciation out. There's 900, if streamed too long. There's 195 of you still on at 11 p.m. after 4 hours. Fucking love y'all. Yep, there's one more. Mitch just doesn't stream as much. I'd love to see him be able to stream more. But no, the knowledge there is insane. And also, it's a lot of people don't ask questions to Mitch when you really should. Dive in, learn even if they're more life questions. Understand what the man's about. It's how you get to know someone better and you get more into their trades and into their streams. It's like me. I'm personal as hell in these chats. I'll be open about nearly everything. I'm in Australia, so it's midday. Hell yeah. 900. David, cut me some slack. Been streaming 4 hours. My voice is already starting to get a little scratchy. Gonna have to call it soon. I am putting a hard cut off in 17 minutes. What up, Elevated? Oh, I know, David. I know. That's the thing. Even in this chat, and you guys will see it. If I read a comment that I think is like negative, I'm just gonna be like, "Are you trolling or are you being serious?" See, if you're being serious, we can fucking duke it out a little bit, you know? Kids play piano. Can you elaborate a little bit on that comment? Because I want to make sure I'm understanding what you're saying right. Because I want to answer correctly. Yeah, Kev, I got a problem, dude. I put a hard cut off at 4 hours, so we have 16 minutes. Victoria, usually like last night I went to bed at like 1:30 and I woke up at 8. So not bad. Um during the week, it's rough. I'm gonna be honest. If I'm going to bed at like 2 to 3, I'm waking up at like 8. Sometimes I go to bed at like 4, waking up at like 8:30. Sometimes I'm really struggling, get up at 9. It's also why I don't trade the New York Open. I do a watch list every single morning, so I have to be up for the New York Open. If I didn't have to do that, I'd probably sleep till like 10. I'm supposed to rewatch a 4-hour stream. Aloha. You know what's even worse? I have to rewatch the 4-hour stream because I have to go back and find clips. So I'm fucked just as much as you are. Have a good one, Vantus. Appreciate you, Pepin. Appreciate you a lot. Please clip the cheese. I just give clip times. The editor finds out when what he wants to clip. But no, there's a lot that we can clip off the random futures from today. It could be a really funny one. I noticed that I'm on YouTube Shorts. I didn't even know we were posting those. I got like the most viewed YouTube Shorts at like 1,700 views. Hell yeah. By the way, this entire stream so far, I've drank this full bottle, which is a problem. Kids play piano. I'm still wondering if you can elaborate on that. See you later, Ollie. I mean, you've been here since the beginning. So, who's the top people? We have Cole, Steph, Victoria, Joe, Alex, MES, Vantist. I mean, everyone I expect. AXP, Ollie. I mean, y'all, Vish, y'all have been here since the beginning. Y'all are ride or dies. There's more of you up there. I just stopped reading. Jake is a character elevated. Jake is 1,000% a character. Dude, gold is still going. Jake, I'm still trying to figure out what he meant by that message. He hasn't replied yet. But yeah, I don't know, dude. Technically, in all fairness, I did 2 hours yesterday. So technically, like, I'm just keeping up with the 3-hour pace, you know, averages, I think, maybe. But no, I got a hard cut off in 13 minutes. We're capping it at 4 hours. But we've had a lot of conversations. We've looked at some futures contracts that I didn't even know existed. I do love to chat. Yeah, Jake, we ran the giveaway when you showed up, and then Alan showed up again, so we ran the second one. Gold level 46.56. I mean, at this point, dude, I can already tell you how tomorrow's going to go. I can tell you exactly. Gold is going to continue to rally throughout the overnight. Jake's going to see the strength. Jake's immediately going to want to trade gold in the morning. Jake and gold are back. Guarantee it. Dude, I don't think my voice would survive a 24-hour stream. I don't. I don't. You did 4 hours, might as well do the fifth. See, Christian, this is where we get into a problem. Because if I do 4 hours, might as well do the fifth. At that point, we're an hour away from Alan's stream, might as well do the sixth. And we're not doing it. We're cutting hard cut off F4. Hard. Because I know how that works. I know how my chat is. No, we're not doing six. XB, eventually you'll win. Right. And so it's 54 stocks that are coming to futures. Holy shit. Dude, what are we going to be able to trade? Now, like, you guys realize what that gives us. That adds 54 is too much, though. I was excited that it was possibly like 7. Chat, read the chat. Read the chat. We just talked about how much this man's giving away, and he wants to do another one. He wants to do another one. We're going to give away another account. And my email is giving away 2 accounts. Jay, you know what's funny? I've never traded TPT. I don't even have an account, so I have to open one. So what we're going to do, we're going to do the same thing as last time. I let the chat vote, new poll, or are we rocking the old poll? I already know what you guys are going to say. You hate everyone that already left. You don't want to give them a chance to win. You want a new poll. Who won the last giveaway? Soul won. New. Yep. Y'all are saying everyone that left doesn't deserve it. I get it. By the way, that means Jake is now giving away 12 TPT accounts today. I don't know how much they cost. I know they're more expensive. Do the math. Use code RAKE or code RT when you buy a prop firm. Most prop firms, most reliable ones. I have to type this for the 3rd time. When the bot comments in the chat, you are going to do this. I'm not starting it yet because I saw a bunch of chats. I want to read them real quick. Yeah. Also, like the stream. How many are we at? We got to be close to 300. 268. Let's see if we can get 300 in 9 minutes. Probably not, but I have faith. Bro, sorry, recent tips for video, man. Love it. So much blessings. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, Jake. Love you, brother. New because I'm new here. MK, did you say anything else? Oh, that's your first message, brother. Welcome to the streams. We do this shit 5 times a day, 4 to 5 times a day. Next one is no joke in 2 hours. I'm only supposed to stream 2 hours long. For some reason, I like working overtime, right? It's the chat. I got a problem with it. Let's go start the giveaway bot. Okay. Bro, I'm just saying I'm new looking for guidance. Yeah, kids, I was just asking what you meant by it. But no, if you have any questions, feel free to throw them in chat after the giveaway. Even though I said I'll be ending stream after that, so I'm ending stream at some point. Anyways, type exclamation point, enter in the chat. While you guys do that, I'm going to go get a little bit of water. What percentage are you right? I usually have a 60 to 70% win rate. To be fair, though, if trades like this, like if this trade plays out, I need like a 5% win rate to be profitable for the week. So that's cool. But I'll be back in a sec. I'm going to go get more water. Victoria, I just saw that comment. I appreciate you. Yeah, chat. If you've already entered, like the stream, subscribe. If we get 50,000 subscribers by the end of June, Jake dyes his hair blonde. Connor, I'm not checking. I'm not checking. If you typed it, you're in. I can tell you that. Not gonna lie, Connor. I actually hope you win. I do. I truly hope you win. How much time are we at? So I got to pay attention to these giveaways. They don't stop exactly when I want them to stop anymore. You have 2 minutes and 20 seconds. I don't love the indices. I don't. I don't love the 5-minute lower highs being set across the board. I don't love YF being at our entry with a low failure to go higher there. I'm not in love. NQ, the only hope would be that hourly, as well as RTY getting a failure to go lower, which we have 4 minutes to do. I'm okay with that. Dude, the bot's working overtime. God goes, that's pretty cool. Even if you don't see a bot message, you're probably in. What's crazy is the bot was modded before, and now it has a different look on it. Some with the update they did. Yeah, Blambo, I got a problem. Jake, they also did an update on Streamlabs, and I think that's why a lot of the shit's bugging. So I think they did some updates and it bugged it out a little bit, unfortunately. I'll probably download the desktop version and see if that is still bugging or not. Dude, AF, every time I do a giveaway, somehow people know. I don't know if there's like a Batman beacon flying through the air, but all of a sudden we get 20 to 30 more viewers. They just pop in at the perfect time with no notice to enter the giveaway, and then they dip. Watch, giveaway will end, 20 or 30 people will dip. Every time. They tell their homies, hey, this man's giving something away. See, Futures Trader, that wouldn't work because maybe people set an alarm for the end of stream time. I was supposed to end 2 hours ago. So how would they know? I don't even know when I'm going to end stream. The second I start stream, I have no clue when the stream's over. 5 minutes to enter is too long. It's not, though. It's not too long because people still don't get in. That's the problem. If I do, it is 5 minutes. All right, close entries. If I do 5 minutes, some people still won't get in. If I do 1 minute, then it's just 1 minute is not enough time. I want to give people time to actually enter. MKE Trader, are you in the chat? You just give it to me, bro. There's a lot of people I want to win. Wait. There's no way. You're the one that just said this is your first stream and you won. Sucks to suck, everyone that's been on every single stream. Sucks to suck. Hell yeah, brother. All right, so all you got to do, all the Instagram links for me are below. DM me on Instagram. Since it's your first time here, I doubt you're in the Discord. But just shoot me a DM on Instagram. Let me know your YouTube name. If you have a TPT account, just send me the email that you created an account with. If not, I'll send you a link to set it up. But no, what a welcome to the stream. I better see you in another chat. Even if it's just mine tomorrow, you better at least show up one more time. I feel like we earned that one. But no, congratulations. Math, there is no activation fee. The only accounts we would possibly give away is the Apex, but we haven't given those away. Get them on stream and full board. Yeah, brother, just follow. If you're not following me on Instagram, just follow me on Instagram. Shoot me a DM. Just that way I get it. And then let me know you won. Let me know your YouTube, and I'll get you that. We got to send all the emails over to TPT tomorrow after Alan did his stream. You should get it in a few days. BLH, I'm going to agree to disagree there. Because the people who can't get in 1 minute don't need to be in. I disagree. There's people watching on their TV and they may have to log in through their phone to be able to enter and vice versa. They may be playing a game. They may be just having me in the background. They may be driving a car, you know? I'm going to give people time to enter no matter what. I'm not in a rush to end the giveaways. And I usually run them for longer than 5 minutes anyway. There's times I'll open them again just for the hell of it. Because I want people to get in. The one thing I will say is, chat, I appreciate the defense. We're not beefing. We're not beefing. Unless beef gets started, we don't beef. See you later, Ali. Thought you were already leaving. I mean, BLH, if people log into different accounts, it is what it is. They're still probably not winning. Someone who just jumped on stream for the very first time won. I doubt he jumped on with 5 accounts. So it's 1 entry per person. There's 110 entries on that one. Someone using 2 accounts isn't going to change much. But also, if people weren't doing that, you just gave them an idea. So that's kind of like a double-edged sword right there. Jake, you still here? Can you read that last message? I don't know how to do that. I don't know if it's something we can do or not. I don't know if it would also allow like different languages for people. I don't know how that works. I believe there's captions on the videos, like the VODs. I just don't think they're probably not on lives. I don't know if it can it do that? Because that'd be weird. Yeah, BLT, yeah, views go up whenever I do a giveaway. Always. But the only reason I mentioned it is because someone else asked that in the past and I forgot about it. Just hop back on that why I'm still at the yeah, it's still fucking here, dude. Yeah, we've been in this trade for 4 hours and we're break even. Well, 3-8. Yeah, 4 hours and we're break even. Hell yeah. This is how Asia session goes. The only thing is, those of you in gold, y'all, I hope someone's still holding. I truly hope someone is still holding gold. Victoria, is the volume low? What's your usual target with a 60 to 70% win rate? Normally, what I want is like at least 2.5, 3R. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Honestly, dude, if someone's taking the time to log into like 5 YouTube accounts and enter, congratulations. You played the system. You played it well. Got a gold not long ago. Should have held till Steph. I mean, if it's not long ago, even if you got in here, that's a nice trade. Anything on gold is beautiful. Unless you tried to long like right here and got stopped, then that's just unfortunate. You just long the one pullback we had. Okay, yeah, Victoria, I see that completely. if I'm driving in my car with the windows down, I go deaf because I have to have the music cranked. Yeah, BLTH, I see your side of it. I truly do. I just, yeah. Yeah, if we can't add subtitles, we will. Made 450 with 2 micros. Hell yeah. That's a beautiful trade. All right, I'm gonna give my closing remarks on the market because we're closing up. I'm leaving. Low. So ES did technically hourly fail to go lower by one tick. It ain't much, you know. NQ did fail to go lower. These are still technically overall bear flags on like the 15. They don't have to be. YM still in a consolidation. What I like is the 4-hour candle, especially on the YM. This 525 area is still being a menace. If it holds, we get back above it. I like it. I don't hate the thought of 3 hours of consolidation, build an inside bar, maybe even consolidate to the New York Open and then rip. If we get stopped, I am widely open to taking a new entry today, tomorrow, whenever that entry presents itself. I'm sized for it. I'm willing to do it. If you're a 1 hour type of trader, we hit 1 hour. I'm not looking to move my stop to break even, not looking to take trims. We're going to ride with it. For me, I'm staying in. You do you. But with that, I'm going to call it a night. When we get in a beer, whenever we meet up, Joe, especially if we do the next meetup. But with that, I'm going to call it a night. Hell of a 4-hour stream. Appreciate y'all. 200 viewers 4 hours later. Almost got to 300 likes. I'll take it. You guys got close. But you guys have a great rest of your night. Alan will be on in 2 hours. So if y'all are still up, join his stream. The man's an absolute legend. Absolute legend. But y'all have a good rest of your night. I will see y'all tomorrow, 7 p.m.